Chapter 1. It is said that when people are dying, they will remember a lot of things they have done in their life, especially those that they have missed, regretted, and the most unreconciled. Yang Chen was in such a situation now. The first thing that flashed in his mind was that after Yang Chen was wronged, he had no way to go and he wanted to sue. The culprit shouted proudly in front of Yang Chen, but Yang Chen was seriously injured and couldn't resist at all. "I was the one who killed them and did the deed. So what? Who will believe you now? You are the murderer." The grin on Yang Lan's face was incomparably clear in front of Yang Chen's eyes. "Let me tell you, I was the one who spread the news. I was the one who led the Taishanman's young master over. I killed him. I was the one who framed you. So what? You are despicable." The seriously injured Yang Chen couldn't confront Yang Lan at all. He could only curse. "What are you? Do you deserve the 10,000-year-old vermilion fruit? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself?" Yang Lan sneered. "I was the one who reported you to the Taishanman. You coveted the vermilion fruit that the Taishanman's young master got, so you secretly killed him. The Taishanman rewarded me with the vermilion fruit, but they chased you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding the current situation. If you had obediently handed over the vermilion fruit, wouldn't everything have been fine? You are just a bastard from my tenant family. Do you deserve the vermilion fruit? How dare you refuse my request?" The second scene that appeared was the scene of Yang Chen's beautiful master being forced by the Taishanman's leader to make her a cultivation furnace. The beautiful master swore to die and committed suicide. "Yang Chen, go as far as you can. Don't think about avenging me, live, go." The beautiful master's eyes were so clear in Yang Chen's mind that even when he was dying, Yang Chen could feel the pain in his heart. "Master, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for implicating you." Yang Chen knelt in front of his master and cried bitterly. Because of a vermilion fruit, Yang Chen was framed by Yang Lan, and now even his sect was implicated. The current leader of the Taishanman suddenly discovered that Yang Chen's beautiful master was actually a rare postnatal full spiritual root. He immediately made the decision to make her his cultivation cauldron. The 4 nascent soul cultivators of the Taishanman surrounded the Chunyang Palace, but at this moment, there was no way out. "Yang Chen, let's go." The determination in his beautiful master's eyes did not change at all. With the blood escape technique, Yang Chen was sent out of the encirclement, and the last sight that Yang Chen saw of his master was the scene of her self-destructing yuanying. "Master!" Yang Chen's miserable cries echoed for dozens of miles. The third scene that appeared was after Yang Chen had just ascended. Yang Chen originally thought that he could finally take revenge before he ascended, but he did not expect that he was alone after all. In the face of a big sect like the Taishanman, he was still helpless and finally had to ascend. However, after ascending, he encountered the Taishanman's support in the spiritual world and the immortal world. "Even if you ascend, you will still be a waste. Keeping you alive is to set an example for others and let them know the consequences of offending me." The former leader of the Taishanman, now the deputy leader of the Shentian sect, looked at Yang Chen with a sneer and put a restriction on him. Everyone who ascended could see the miserable situation of Yang Chen, but the Shentian sect was powerful, so no one dared to have any complaints. Anyway, it was Yang Chen who suffered, and everyone just regarded it as a lesson. And Yang Chen also suffered for thousands of years because of this. But soon, Yang Chen's memory returned to the happiest picture. That was the moment when his beautiful master gave him his first flying sword. "Yang Chen, this bright ray sword was specially refined by me for you. You take it and practice diligently." His master's slender jade fingers pinched the bright ray sword and sent it to Yang Chen. At that moment, it was the happiest moment of Yang Chen's cultivation. The picture froze, and there was a heart-wrenching pain in his body. Yang Chen couldn't help but scream out loud. "Ah!" A long scream came out of Yang Chen's mouth, and his voice was full of unwillingness, which shocked all the people around him. "Who dares to make a noise here?" An angry shout came over, and then a figure suddenly appeared and suddenly saw Yang Chen, who was still at a loss with his mouth open in the crowd. "There is no reason to make noise at the mountain gate, and you are so rude before you enter the mountain gate. You don't have to participate in this year's spiritual root test." Before Yang Chen could see what the person looked like, The person had already flicked his sleeves, and Yang Chen flew up involuntarily, dancing in the air, and flew out far away. With a thud, Yang Chen fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. But this severe pain also made Yang Chen understand that he was still alive. He was still alive under old Demon Yi's Sky Demon explosion technique. This was simply a surprise. What was this little pain? Yang Chen was ecstatic in his heart. He was about to run his mystic art to heal and relieve the pain, but he found that there was no trace of spiritual power in his body. Under the great shock, Yang Chen almost couldn't believe it. He mobilized again, but there was still no movement. Did he lose all his spiritual power? This was big trouble. Yang Chen's heart suddenly trembled, and he suddenly thought of the scene just now. Mountain Gate. Spiritual root test. What was that? Only now did Yang Chen realize that he was no longer on the demon-slaying battlefield in the immortal world, but in a very unfamiliar place. The surroundings were beautiful, and the mist curled up. It looked like a good place to cultivate. Struggling to sit up, Yang Chen realized that he was wearing coarse clothes, and there was something wrong with his waist. When he touched it, he felt a sharpened hatchet. Boom! Yang Chen's mind was like a thunderclap, and he instantly understood that this was the scene when he participated in the spiritual root test of the Taishanmen back then. Under the bombardment of the Sky Demon explosion technique, not only did he not die, but he also returned to his childhood. This is the outer mountain gate of the Taishanmen in the mortal world. Looking at the various familiar figures in the distance, Yang Chen was completely sure that he had been reborn. The reason why those people seemed so familiar was because he had forgotten them for a long time, a full 10,000 years. However, no matter how long it took, Yang Chen's hatred for the Taishanmen could not be eliminated. Yang Lan entered the Taishanmen, and later killed the young master of the Taishanmen, but he blamed it on himself. All the suffering after that was related to this matter and this sect. From a great principle golden immortal suddenly became immortal. In addition to hatred, Yang Chen didn't know how to describe his feelings at this time. However, one thing was certain, no matter what, he was still alive. 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals died, at least he was still alive, and he was still living in the most anticipated moment. Chapter 2. Not this year again, alas. But, did he really have to follow his old path? Was he going to be framed by Yang Lan, hunted by the Taishanmen, and insulted by the Shentian Gate? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, a tempting idea suddenly popped up in an instant. Before old Demon Yi's body exploded, he said a lot to Yang Chen, who was also on the verge of death, including the demonic cultivation method that old Demon Yi used to improve his spiritual root. Fortunately, now Yang Chen was reborn, and he was also reborn at the time when he had not yet cultivated to become an immortal. That meant that Yang Chen had countless opportunities. On the way home with the crowd, Yang Chen secretly pondered. What bad luck. Old Demon Yi ran amok for hundreds of years in the immortal world, and tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals couldn't do anything to him. Finally, under the betrayal of a traitor, he was besieged by 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. But even so, old Demon Yi still killed in all directions, and blood flowed like a river. In the end, when he was seriously injured, he used the Sky Demon explosion technique and perished with 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. Even if Yang Chen was a good-for-nothing in his previous life, he was still a good-for-nothing in the immortal world. After all, he was once a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. How could Yang Chen take these sects in the mortal world seriously, except for his own sect, Chunyang Palace? With the cultivation experience of Yang Chen's previous life, was it impossible for him to step into the door of immortal cultivation? At the very least, he could follow the old path and become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal again. Yang Lan, Yang Chen heard these two names again, and the dusty memories in his mind seemed to emerge from the depths of his memory again, and he couldn't stop them. Yang Lan, in particular, almost made Yang Chen hate his bones. If it weren't for him, his master would not be implicated. If it weren't for him, Yang Chen would not have been living a humiliating life of hiding from others. It could be said that at least 50% of Yang Chen's misfortune in his previous life was because of Yang Lan. The reason why old Devil Yi was able to do as he pleased in the immortal world was because of his fire spirit root, which was one of the 5 elements. Coincidentally, Yang Chen knew about this cultivation method to enhance his spiritual root. He also had a fire spiritual root, and it just so happened that Yang Chen had not started cultivating it yet. Wasn't this a great opportunity? The attacker was very skillful in dealing with mortals. At the very least, Yang Chen could only maintain a sitting position and could not stand up for a long time. His body also seemed to be bound by something. It was not until the first batch of people who had been eliminated came out of the gate that Yang Chen felt his body relax and he could finally stand up. No. This moment of beauty must not be broken by anyone. Yang Chen's eyes showed unprecedented firmness. Even if I have to bear the burden of killing, even if I have to become a peerless devil, I will protect you and be happy and safe from now on. 10,000 years of forbearance in his previous life made Yang Chen's character extremely tough. At this moment, after making a decision, Yang Chen instantly calmed down. Looking at the gate of the Taishanmen standing tall, he sneered and turned to leave. Have you forgotten? Yang Chen. In his mind, a stern voice scolded. Have you forgotten how Master was bullied and humiliated in the past and committed suicide with hatred? Have you forgotten how you were framed by Yang Lan and couldn't get out of it? Have you forgotten that after you ascended, you still had to be humiliated like a slave by that guy from the Shentian sect? Have you forgotten all about it? You have already been a good-for-nothing for a lifetime. Do you want to continue being a good-for-nothing in this life? Not bad, at least we still have a chance to try. Chen Zi is unlucky today, he was driven out without even a chance. A young man seemed to be very enthusiastic and said while helping Yang Chen pat the dust on his body. With this thought, Yang Chen's heart suddenly thumped. Even when he ascended to the spiritual world and then to the immortal world, it did not make him so excited. However, at the same time of excitement, there was also a dilemma. Forget it, this immortal fate spirit root is destined. If it doesn't work this year, it won't work next year. On the way down the mountain, someone sighed. That was a demonic art that required killing people to absorb the essence of life to supplement one's spirit root. Did he really need to cultivate demonic arts as a reborn almighty immortal? Old Demon Yi killed more than tens of thousands of people at that time. Did he have to kill tens of thousands of people to cultivate? With his 10,000 years of immortal cultivation experience, no matter how he cultivated, it would not be too bad. On one hand, killing people to increase the spirit root, and on the other hand, cultivating normally. These two thoughts turned in Yang Chen's mind and he could not make a decision for a while. Master, wait for me. When I become your disciple again, the tragedy of the previous life will never happen again. Yang Chen shouted in his heart, as if he was swearing, in the previous life, you helped me bear everything, in this life, let me help you hold up the sky. A series of sighs came from the mouths of the crowd. Several young people from the same village saw Yang Chen struggling and ran over to help Yang Chen up. Because he was driven out of the mountain gate after screaming, Yang Chen felt a little lucky. If he really faced the Taishanmen, Yang Chen did not know if he could hold back his anger. Now, he did not have any spiritual power, even if he faced the lowest level disciple, he was not an opponent. As for not being selected, Yang Chen did not care. With the memory in his mind and 10,000 years of immortal cultivation experience, it was meaningless to Yang Chen whether he entered the mountain gate or not. You can't say that. The spirit root will only appear when the body grows and the root bone remains unchanged. Maybe I will have the immortal fate spirit root next year if I make up for it for a period of time this year. The one who spoke was naturally a person who was full of hope for his body. Okay, let's go back. Basically, no one had a chance today. Since someone took the lead, naturally everyone followed, we still have a month to travel, let's go. Maybe we will have a chance next year. No. Yang Chen let out a low roar. The painful memories that he thought he had forgotten all rushed to his heart in an instant. Master's sad and beautiful eyes when he was dying, Yang Lan's proud expression after framing him, and the scornful eyes of the big man in the immortal world that he was not even as good as a dog appeared in front of him crazily. Finally, the memory stopped at the moment when his master handed the bright ray sword to him. This year, Young Lan and Young Lan are lucky. Old Master Yang is going to be more powerful. His grandson and granddaughter all have the immortal cultivation spirit root, and they will not be able to walk sideways in the village. There were frustrations, and naturally there were complacent ones. When everyone talked about it, there was also an envious tone. Chapter 3. There was still nearly a month's journey from Taishanmen back to Yang village. When they came, the sect would take care of the travel expenses and transportation, but these eliminated people had to find a way back by themselves. The young people of Yang village were not rich, so they could only walk back for more than a month. Everyone had taken this into consideration. Before coming out, everyone had brought some money with them. In the small shop at the foot of the mountain, they bought a lot of dry steamed buns and wrapped them in a bag. This was the food for the journey. The farmers didn't think much of it for walking a long way. Anyway, it didn't affect their farm work. If they ran into it, they would have an immortal fate, and from then on, they would leap over the dragon gate. If they didn't run into it, they would go back and continue living. Yang Chen had already recovered his usual amiable nature. With the goal confirmed, Yang Chen was no longer that impatient. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Chen, who had always been indecisive, seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person. He was amiable and had a smile on his face, but he could easily make his companions follow his arrangements unconsciously. Everyone didn't feel the slightest difference, and only felt that what Yang Chen said was very reasonable. After randomly finding an excuse, Yang Chen left the team and set off alone. The other companions didn't think much of it. Almost all of them guessed that he wanted to go back to see if there was another chance, but no one said anything and let him leave. Naturally, Yang Chen didn't return to Taishanmen to look for an opportunity like everyone imagined, but he directly turned around and entered the mountain. With a hatchet in hand, with Yang Chen's tens of thousands of years of experience, he could easily find food and drink. The reason why he avoided everyone was that Yang Chen wanted to start tempering his body. This kind of tempering was completely different from immortal cultivation. It wasn't drawing qi into the body to practice the training of qi formula, but using martial arts external skills to practice the external boxing method to make the body stronger. As for the internal cultivation method, he didn't practice any of it. In the eyes of immortal cultivation disciples, practicing martial arts was completely the worst of the worst. As long as he cultivated qi and built his foundation, he would naturally have an endless amount of spiritual power to recuperate his body. Compared to external martial arts training, the effect was definitely 100 times better. Moreover, cultivating martial arts was purely a waste of cultivation time. If one had the time, it would be better to consider refining a furnace of pills or digging up a few spirit stones. Yang Chen was not stupid. With 10,000 years of cultivation experience, he knew better than anyone else how huge the difference would be if a strong body and a weak body cultivated at the same time. Perhaps in the short span of a few hundred years, there wouldn't be much of a difference, but when one really ascended, one would understand the horror of this difference. The foundation of cultivation was the most important, and the foundation, apart from the most basic cultivation spiritual root, was reflected in a stronger body. With a good foundation, it meant that he would be able to develop further. Training his body effectively was the first step. Even on the path of cultivation, one did not only pay attention to the cultivation of various cultivation methods, but also ignored the body. It was true that once one's cultivation reached a certain level, spiritual energy would be able to strengthen one's body. However, the effects of strengthening a weak scholar's body and strengthening a strong body were not the same. Similarly, even in a battle between cultivators, there was still a considerable difference between a person who practiced martial arts and a person who practiced sitting all day and had no time to care about anything else. This was the reason why Yang Chen used external martial arts to temper his muscles and bones before he started cultivating. There was another reason why he only cultivated external martial arts and not internal martial arts, and that was because old Demon Yi's demonic technique to improve spiritual root could only be cultivated before he started cultivating. There was no way to overcome the limitations of the cultivation method. Other than martial arts, there were a series of methods that could increase the flexibility and speed of the body, such as running, jumping, and so on. On the way back to the village, Yang Chen either ran or jumped, and all the food he hunted in the mountains with a hatchet. After more than 10 days, Yang Chen's memory became clearer, and everything from his youth came back to his mind. While training and running, Yang Chen soon came to an ordinary mountain. This mountain was not far from a small county, but very few people entered the mountain. The mountain was barren, and there was almost no spiritual energy. There was a small mountain god temple, which had long been dilapidated, and half of the walls had collapsed. Yang Chen stood in front of the mountain god temple, and after confirming that it was the mountain god temple in his memory, he smiled, pushed open the temple door, and walked in. There were some murals on the wall, but they were already mottled by the wind and rain. After entering the temple, Yang Chen didn't care that the statue on the deity's throne had long been destroyed, and only a pile of mud was left. He first bowed to the original deity's throne. Although the mountain god temple was small, and although it was dilapidated, there were still people in the heavenly court. After bowing, Yang Chen turned to the back of the deity's throne. He walked between the deity's throne and an old locust tree behind it, and measured for a while. After calculating the location in between, he began to dig. After digging for about 6 feet, he finally found a hard object. Yang Chen was overjoyed, and he dug the soil bit by bit along the edge of the object, revealing a square metal box. The box had been buried in the soil for many years, but there was no rust on it. It was just dark and inconspicuous. When he lifted the box, it was heavy, at least 100 pounds. If it weren't for Yang Chen's recent exercise and his body being strong since he was a child, he really couldn't lift it. This box was left by Old Master Yang, who was Yang Lan's grandfather, when he was young, for his descendants. Once there was a disaster, it would be used as the capital for a comeback. However, now this capital has belonged to Yang Chen. Next, Yang Chen will take these capital, go back with his parents, and stay away from Yang village. When Yang Lan framed Yang Chen, he even took Yang Chen's parents as hostages. Yang Chen had to pinch his nose and admit those things. In this life, Yang Chen didn't intend to give Yang Lan any chance. At this time, Old Master Yang probably hadn't told Yang Lan about these things, so it just happened to be convenient for Yang Chen. First, he filled the excavated soil, and then Yang Chen directly transplanted a small tree from not far away. Then he carried the box, walked to the woods on the side of the mountain, and found a place to bury it again. Looking around and seeing that there were no flaws, Yang Chen followed the road and rushed back to his hometown. All the way, Yang Chen's speed was not slower than those who walked together. When they returned to Yang village, Yang Chen also happened to rush back. A month of effective exercise made Yang Chen look a little stronger than when he left. Although he was only 16 years old, his body was not worse than an adult. The news that Yang Lan and Yang Lan, the granddaughters of Old Master Yang, were selected by the Taishanmen caused an uproar in Yang village. Almost the entire county was shocked, and even the county magistrate came to congratulate them. For a time, Yang village was bustling, and it seemed that a grand festival was being held. In the lively scene of Old Master Yang's family celebrating, Yang Chen's family, who was eliminated, left in dismay. It seemed so inconspicuous. Chapter 4. Yang Chen's family only had the surname Yang. They were not related to the Yang family's old master. The family of 3 hired a horse carriage in the county town. Carrying a few belongings, they quickly left the county town. Near the next county town, Yang Chen dismissed his original horse carriage and hired another horse carriage in the new county town. They traveled to the second location and changed about 6 places. Finally, Yang Chen bought a horse carriage. After traveling for more than a day, the family arrived near where Yang Chen had buried the box. After resting in a suitable place for more than 2 hours, there was an additional box in the Yang family's luggage. Furthermore, it was placed in an existing box, so no one could tell. After that, they chose a direction and traveled for about 2 months before they arrived at the place where Yang Chen wanted to arrange for his parents to stay. Fortunately, they had taken the official road. The family of 3 did not seem to be rich, so there were no robbers. They arrived at their destination safely. After this arrangement, no one would be able to find Yang Chen's parents in the future. In fact, they had already left the Chen country, where the Yang family was originally located, and had entered the Zhao country. 4 Yang Chen's parents, who were honest villagers, It was almost impossible for them to leave the Chen country. However, with Yang Chen's arrangements as if he could predict the future, they arrived safely without any mishaps. The Yang family's old master had a lot of money. Apart from more than 600 taels of gold and 100 taels of silver, the rest were all low-grade spirit stones. Dozens of kilograms of low-grade spirit stones were equivalent to tens of thousands of taels of gold. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony at all. He bought a house, land, and servants. He arranged a large manor for his parents in a slightly remote but beautiful place. There were hundreds of acres of fertile land, dozens of servants, and hundreds of tenant farmers. The two villagers, who had never enjoyed a good day, suddenly became the people they had envied for their entire lives. Everyone greeted them as master and mistress. They could not believe it. This place was located in a remote area. Other than the people in the village, there were almost no outsiders who passed by. Even if there was a war, it would not affect this place. This was a place that Yang Chen had carefully chosen. Naturally, he had considered all of this. After arranging everything, Yang Chen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stayed with his parents for half a year. In the past 6 months, Yang Chen had been training harder and harder. Coupled with the delicacy of the food, he seemed to have become much stronger. Yang Chen's entire body was bulging with muscles. It was impossible to tell that he was only 16 years old. After harvesting a season's worth of food, life in the manor was back on track. Yang Chen bid farewell to his parents and left his new home. It had been 9 months since he had been reborn. Thousands of miles away in the county, on the table of the old executioner's room, there were 20 taels of gold. Opposite the executioner sat Yang Chen. "You mean, you want to be an executioner, and if I help you, these will be mine?" The old executioner could not believe what he was seeing and hearing. How could there be such a good thing in this world? An executioner was not an enviable occupation. In fact, under the current hierarchy, an executioner was just a job that was despised by the gods and even worse than a beggar. No one would look up to an executioner on the streets. In addition, killing too many people was against the harmony of the heavens. Legend had it that after death, one would go to the 18 levels of hell. The old executioner could not believe that someone was willing to spend so much gold just to do this. "I was born with a tough life. The celestial master of divination said that if I don't kill enough people, my parents and family will die. Therefore, I want to use the identity of an executioner to kill some people and dissolve my fate." Yang Chen casually made up a plausible reason. "I only want to do this for half a year. After that, I will leave. You can do whatever you have to do." For half a year, he would kill people for him so that he could kill less. Moreover, he would be given 20 taels of gold. Even after deducting the bribe to the county magistrate, it was still a considerable profit. If the old executioner still did not agree, he would be a fool. He reported illness, applied for leave, and recommended a disciple. It only took the old executioner half a day to settle all of this. Yang Chen's well-built body made others not doubt that he could take on the heavy responsibility of an executioner. No one knew why Yang Chen wanted to be an executioner in the mortal world. Only Yang Chen himself knew. There was once a rebellion in the celestial world It happened a long time before Yang Chen ascended. However, Yang Chen also knew that it probably happened after he was born. At that time, the omen in the mortal world was a sky full of blood for a day and a night. Then, the world was in chaos and many dynasties changed. According to Yang Chen's information, after the rebellion in the celestial world, the immortal executioner stage had killed thousands of immortals. As for the immortal executioner stage, it was a unique execution artifact of the celestial world. To prevent the masters from using it to threaten the celestial world, it had always been operated by mortals. As for the person who operated the immortal executioner stage, it was naturally chosen from the executioners in the mortal world. If Yang Chen could enter the immortal executioner stage, he would be able to openly kill immortals to cultivate his demonic arts. The benefits of killing an immortal would probably be more useful than killing 10,000 mortals. Not only would he not have to bear the reputation of the demonic path, he would also be able to replenish his spiritual roots. Now that he thought about it, it was as if the heavens had arranged for him to kill immortals. Yang Chen got into the mood very quickly. On the second day after he was done, there was a prisoner to be beheaded. This was the first time Yang Chen killed someone on the execution ground. It was also the first time he was going to test old demon Yi's cultivation technique. Although this was what the old demon said before he died, it might not be false. Yang Chen had to give it a try no matter what. Being an executioner was the best choice for killing people. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no enmity in the past, and I'm just doing my job. I'm sorry for offending you. Yang Chen's upper body was bare, and his head was wrapped in a blood-red scarf. He reached out and pulled out the death token from the kneeling prisoner's body and threw it to the ground. His right hand raised the ghost head saber that he had been holding in his right hand. Following Yang Chen's action, the people outside the execution ground immediately widened their eyes and held their breaths. The liquor that had been prepared was placed to the side. Yang Chen picked up the bowl and drank a big mouthful. Then, he took another mouthful and sprayed it at the ghost head saber. After doing all this, Yang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the prisoner. His body suddenly emitted a murderous aura, and it was as if he had suddenly become a different person. He raised the ghost head saber high up and slashed down. The crowd only saw a bright flash of the saber. They weren't even sure if Yang Chen had already done this. However, Yang Chen seemed to have turned back into the amiable young man. He actually took a new piece of silk cloth and started wiping the saber. The crowd was stunned. When they looked closely, they saw that the prisoner's head was still on the prisoner's neck. It didn't move at all. What was going on? While they were still in shock, a trace of blood suddenly appeared on the prisoner's neck. Then, the blood grew longer and longer until it became a line of blood. Then, with a bang, the head fell off from the line of blood, revealing a bowl-sized wound. Hot blood gushed out like a fountain, shooting up into the sky. The sizzling sound lasted for 5 or 6 breaths before the blood stopped flowing. Only then did the kneeling prisoner's body fall to the ground. Whoosh! There was a burst of noise, followed by thunderous cheers. Yang Chen took a deep breath. The cultivation method that he had memorized countless times in his mind suddenly began to circulate. An invisible aura rushed from the corpse into Yang Chen's body, turning into a warm current that spread to all of Yang Chen's limbs and bones. Chapter 5. While people were still discussing the new executioner's performance, Yang Chen was feeling the warm current in his body. Old Demon Yi's cultivation technique was not wrong, at least it had not been wrong until now, but he did not know how effective it was. After returning to his courtyard, Yang Chen took out a 5-colored stone from under the millstone. Even if someone saw it, they would not be able to recognize what it was. Only Yang Chen knew that this 5-colored stone was originally used by the immortal sects to test their disciples' acquired spirit roots. The innate spirit root was already destined, and the only thing that could change was the acquired spirit root. He placed his hands on it, and there was almost no change to the 5-colored stone. However, if he looked closely, there was a faint red light that was almost undetectable. This also meant that the acquired spirit root had really undergone an extremely slight change. After all, it was too much of a joke to want to change the spirit root so much just by killing one person. However, at least it proved that this cultivation technique was indeed effective. Even with Yang Chen's tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience, he did not notice any damage to the body when the cultivation technique was circulated, nor did he notice any hidden dangers. In other words, there really was no problem with this cultivation technique for the time being. The most amazing thing was that this cultivation technique did not increase spirit chi and dharmic powers, and secondly, it did not refine the primordial spirit. Even if one practiced it, he would still be an ordinary person, and would not violate the taboo of the heavenly court. He would still have enough opportunities to enter the immortal slaying platform. From the second half of the year onwards, bandits were everywhere, and there was no end to them. Under the vexed situation, the imperial court directly gave a tough order to all the places to kill any bandits that were caught. Under unprecedented toughness, many bandits were caught almost every day. At first, there were only a few, then it became a dozen, and after a few days, they started to catch people in their 40s and 50s. In the county, Other than the old executioner who was sick, there was currently only one executioner, Yang Chen. Every day, Yang Chen was responsible for cutting off dozens of heads. At first, people were still interested in watching the execution, but as time went on, no one had the leisure to do so anymore. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I have no enmity with all of you in the past, and I am only doing my duty, and I am only carrying out orders. Please forgive me. Every time before the execution, Yang Chen would say something like this. Only by speaking clearly and clearly would he not be tainted by karma. It had only been a few days, but Yang Chen was already very familiar with it. Catcher. Yang Chen chopped off a head with his saber. Blood gushed out from the headless neck, but Yang Chen was not stained by a single drop. This was the result of his careful training. Over 100 heads had allowed him to master the technique of not staining a single drop of blood after beheading. Hiss. Yang Chen took a deep breath. It seemed that the life essence contained in the corpse was also absorbed into Yang Chen's body through this long breath. The cultivation method that had already been circulated over 100 times immediately circulated again, quickly bringing this essence qi to his limbs and bones, nourishing Yang Chen's body and changing Yang Chen's spirit root. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Chen was like a skilled worker on an assembly line. He walked to the front of the second prisoner, beheaded him, took a deep breath, and circulated the cultivation method. Then, the third, the fourth. On that day, there were actually 45 bandits to be beheaded. After Yang Chen beheaded the last one, his body was already full of strength. After carefully sensing the changes in his body, Yang Chen still shook his head slightly. No matter how much he absorbed the life essence of mortals, it seemed to be of little use. Unless he killed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps there would be an obvious effect. However, although Yang Chen thought it was of no use, it was a completely different matter in the eyes of others. Perhaps because of that cultivation method, every time after killing someone, Yang Chen would be wrapped in a thick smell of blood that would not dissipate for a long time. His entire body was overflowing with ferocity, as if he had crawled out of a sea of blood. Not to mention ordinary people, even the soldiers around the execution ground would subconsciously turn their heads to avoid Yang Chen's gaze when they saw him. Walking on the street, the residents in the city did not even dare to look at Yang Chen, as they were afraid that they would not be able to avoid him. Whenever Yang Chen appeared, there would be a scene where everyone would turn out to see him. This also saved Yang Chen a lot of trouble, as at least no one dared to look at Yang Chen. No matter how much they despised Yang Chen, they did not dare to say anything inappropriate in front of him. He rested in the morning, beheaded people at noon, and practiced martial arts in the afternoon. After a regular month, Yang Chen had indeed absorbed a lot of life essence from the condemned prisoners. Although he did not achieve his most desired goal, the benefits he obtained from the blood and qi in his body had already brought his martial arts to a higher realm. On this day, Yang Chen had finished his execution in the execution ground. On his way home, he saw the sky full of red clouds. Today was very strange. It was just past noon, but there was already a sunset glow. Moreover, the sunset glow covered the entire sky, and the color was also as red as blood. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen's face finally showed a smile. He had waited for such a long time for this day. The sky full of blood was something that Yang Chen had only learned about when he ascended to the immortal realm in his previous life. This day corresponded to the upheaval of the heavenly court. After eating dinner, Yang Chen fell asleep early. Strangely enough, no matter what kind of person they were, they all fell asleep early that night. Even if they were somewhere else and not on the bed, they would still suddenly feel drowsy. They would randomly find a place to rest and enter the dreamland. Yang Chen, are you the executioner? In his sleep, Yang Chen suddenly heard a shout. Yes, sir. Upon hearing this question, Yang Chen hurriedly got up from his bed and replied to the void. Only then did Yang Chen realize that he was no longer in his original room. You dare to execute all prisoners on death row? You can execute all of them, the voice asked again. As long as it is a death row prisoner, I dare to cut it, and I can cut it. Yang Chen replied proudly without hesitation. Follow me. The owner of the voice didn't appear at all. Instead, A dignified voice was transmitted. "Go to the execution ground and execute the prisoners." The voice was filled with the domineering aura of a superior, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. "Yes, sir," Yang Chen replied without hesitation. Then, he strode along a path that suddenly appeared in front of him. After a while, he saw a lot of people surrounding the execution ground. At some point, Yang Chen's attire had been changed into the executioner's attire that he wore on the execution ground. A soldier, whose face couldn't be seen clearly, held a blood-red ghost-head knife in his hands and presented it to Yang Chen. Yang Chen reached out and grabbed it. Out of habit, he straightened the knife and touched the blade with his fingers. Before beheading someone, he had to at least see if the knife was sharp enough. "Young man, can I have a word with you?" As soon as he tested the sharpness of the blade, his belt was tugged gently by someone. At the same time, a fawning voice was heard. Yang Chen turned his head and saw a fat man dressed in silk and satin. One of his hands was gently tugging at his belt, while the other hand quietly reached out to Yang Chen's hand. When he opened his fat hand, a gold ingot worth at least 10 taels appeared in his palm. Chapter 6. "Little brother, can you do me a favor?" The fat man had an amiable smile on his face. He reached out his hand to stuff the gold ingot into Yang Chen's belt. "I've already arranged for the others. As long as you let my son go on the execution ground, when you behead him, just cut his skin a little and don't kill him. You'll be able to fool the executioner, and no one will be able to tell. I'll thank you later. I'm just an executioner. I'm in charge of carrying out the punishment. I don't know anything else." Yang Chen's face turned serious. He pushed the fat hand away, turned around, and strode toward the execution ground. "Kid, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I can be a minister, but you don't know what's good for you. I'll make you suffer." When the fat man saw Yang Chen's refusal, his expression changed. He shouted fiercely at Yang Chen's back. "Even if you're the emperor, what does that have to do with me beheading you?" Yang Chen sneered and went straight up to the execution platform. He held the blood-red broadsword in his arms and stood there, quietly waiting for the order to carry out the execution. This time, it wasn't Yang Chen alone who would carry out the execution. There was a long row of executioners holding red broadswords. Yang Chen couldn't even see how many people there were. Such a scene was really shocking. What kind of execution ground would require so many heads to be beheaded? Dong, dong, dong. 3 drumbeats sounded, and the sun seemed to have risen. Yang Chen only heard the order, "Behead." Then, he saw a life token thrown over. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no enmity in the past, and I'm just doing my job. I'm sorry. Yang Chen habitually said his work words. Then, he pulled out the death token from the prisoner's body and threw it to the side. With a loud shout, he raised the broadsword high and chopped down. A human head immediately rolled far away, and the headless body slowly fell to the ground, blood still gushing out incessantly. After doing all this, Yang Chen didn't absorb the life essence to practice as usual. Instead, he stood there quietly with the broadsword, waiting for his orders. 19372 executioners, 3843 beheaded. In the void, a voice seemed to be counting and reporting at the same time. Suddenly, a strong wind blew in front of him. After a while, the dust cleared. Yang Chen was still at the execution ground, but the prisoners that had just been beheaded had disappeared without a trace. However, in the empty space in front of him, there was a beautiful and charming woman tied up. She was kneeling in the dust, and it was as if she was a flawless piece of beautiful jade. Her face was like the rosy glow of the morning sun, and she was extremely charming and full of amorous feelings. Around the beautiful woman were kneeling, and there were dozens of executioners dressed like Yang Chen. They seemed to be waiting for the execution. "Behead!" There was another shout, and a life tablet flew in front of one of the executioners. The executioner immediately stepped forward. Just as he was about to swing his broadsword, the beautiful woman said, "I am innocent. Please have mercy on me, General." The executioner saw that the beautiful woman was beautiful and felt pity for her. In addition, she was very sweet, so he called the executioner General. The executioner directly called the executioner until his bones went limp. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't move anymore. The executioner was furious. He shouted at another executioner, "You, behead." The life tablet seemed to have eyes, and it flew in front of another executioner. This executioner stepped forward, but he was also called by the beautiful woman. He was immediately captivated and couldn't move anymore. Dozens of executioners were all the same. The executioner's voice was filled with anger. Finally, a life tablet appeared in front of Yang Chen. The executioner's angry shout was extremely clear, "You, behead." Yang Chen stepped forward and stood beside the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman immediately raised her head, revealing her beautiful face. She said in a sweet voice, "General, I am innocent." It was just a light exhalation, but it immediately revealed a numbing sensation that penetrated deep into the bones. Even refined steel would become soft and supple. Unfortunately, Yang Chen seemed to have a heart of stone. He looked at the delicate beauty and ignored her. He only shouted, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. You and I have no enmity in the past, and I am only doing my duty. I am only following orders, and I have offended you." After he finished speaking, he didn't care about the heartbroken cries of the beautiful woman. He raised his broadsword high, and with one slash, the beautiful woman's begging voice immediately disappeared. Her beautiful head flew far away, but it was no different from beheading a normal prisoner. "Good." Yang Chen slashed down with his broadsword, but he heard a cheer in his ear. Yang Chen didn't look sideways, but he laughed coldly in his heart. 3,843 people, and only 115 people were beheaded. The voice in the void was still reporting. "Yang Chen, over here." Someone shouted from behind. Without thinking, Yang Chen followed. The other executioners who couldn't kill the beautiful women seemed to be ignored, and they still stood in the same place. After a while, they arrived at another execution ground. Here, there was only one executioner, Yang Chen, and the prisoner was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe with disheveled hair. The strange thing was that there were no ropes on his body, and there were no soldiers around to watch him. He stood in the same place, not angry, and looked coldly at the approaching Yang Chen. The soldier who led the way had already disappeared, and only Yang Chen was facing this middle-aged man alone. However, Yang Chen didn't say anything, and just stood there quietly. "Yang Chen, behead." The familiar voice of the executioner sounded again, and a life tablet fell in front of Yang Chen. Without saying anything, Yang Chen raised the ghost head saber and stepped forward. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, and a domineering aura appeared in his eyes. He shouted at Yang Chen, "I am the emperor of the dynasty, the ruler of the 9-5, how dare you be so rude?" As soon as these words came out, there was a sound of metal, like the words of gold and jade, deafening. Those who were timid would feel their limbs go weak when they heard this voice, and they would unconsciously kneel down. Dong, Yang Chen didn't care, and stepped forward to kick him. The soul of a Deluo golden immortal, why would he care about a little emperor? He kicked the middle-aged man to the ground, and stepped on him firmly. Then, he waved the blood-colored ghost head saber. "Every grievance has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grudges in the past, and I am just doing my duty and following orders. Please forgive me." As soon as he said this, Yang Chen's saber suddenly chopped down, and the self-proclaimed emperor's head rolled far away. Ding, there was a crisp sound, and a small white jade pendant appeared under the emperor's corpse. The jade was smooth, and one could tell that it was a rare item. Yang Chen looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he laughed coldly in his heart. He grabbed the jade pendant, and stuffed it under his belt. Then, he stood there quietly, waiting for the next order. There are only 2 executioners. One of them looked straight ahead, and the other took the jade pendant. The voice in the air couldn't be heard by Yang Chen, and he was doing the final calculations. "Good. Yang Chen, the Heavenly Court's immortal slaying platform is still lacking an executioner like you. Are you willing?" The executioner who hadn't appeared before now stood in front of Yang Chen, and asked kindly. He even held a white ring in his hand, and slowly handed it over. Chapter 7. At your command, sir. Yang Chen bowed and took the ring. Under the instruction of the executioner, he slowly put it on his finger. Once it was put on his finger, the ring emitted a gentle glow that enveloped Yang Chen's entire body. Then, it disappeared on Yang Chen's finger, leaving only a tattoo-like mark on Yang Chen's finger. This is the token of the Immortal Slaying Platform. With this token, you can enter the Immortal Slaying Platform to slay immortals. The executioner instructed expressionlessly. Then, he pointed behind Yang Chen. Inside the Immortal Slaying Platform, besides you, everyone else is to be slain. Go now. Yang Chen turned his head and realized that a path had appeared behind him, leading to a magnificent gate. The gate was more luxurious than any gate in the mortal world. On the thick pillars, there were even 2 roaring golden dragons coiled around them. In the middle of the gate were 3 large, flamboyant, blood-red words, Immortal Slaying Platform. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the 3 words were made of living flesh and blood, and they were still wriggling non-stop. Below the gate stood 4 fully armored soldiers, guarding the gate. Stop! Who dares to enter the Immortal Slaying Platform? As soon as Yang Chen approached, someone immediately shouted. Yang Chen stretched out his hand, and the mark of the ring on his finger was revealed. Strangely, when he reached this side, the real body of the ring suddenly appeared, allowing the soldiers guarding the gate to understand. After seeing it, the 4 of them opened the gate and let Yang Chen in. After entering the gate, there was a blurry white light, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Yang Chen stretched out his hand, but touched nothing. After thinking for a moment, he strode toward the white light. The white light did not resist him at all, allowing him to enter. Only when they saw this scene did the 4 soldiers completely relax. One of them suddenly turned his head and asked in confusion, "Sir, he's not clean. He took things from the dead, why was he chosen?" Unbeknownst to them, the executioner had appeared beside them. He looked at the ball of light for a long while before saying, "You all know who the Immortal Executioner platform is going to kill this time." He and the other person were the only ones who didn't practice favoritism and killed the murderer. They were also willing to chop off the demoness head. He even dared to kick the supreme being of the 9-5 to the ground before beheading her. The other person even kowtowed first before beheading her. The others either indulged the murderer, couldn't bear to behead the demoness, or didn't have the guts. There was no one more suitable than them for this Immortal Slaying Platform. Taking things from the dead is always better than taking from the living. Furthermore, after entering the Immortal Slaying Platform, do you think that a mortal like him will be given the chance to leave after killing so many immortals? The executioner stared at the 4 guards next to him. Do you think a mortal like him, after killing so many immortals, will be given a chance to come out? The guards stared at the 4 soldiers. Do you think that after killing so many immortals, a mortal like him will be given a chance to come out? Not only did he have to be brave, but he also had to have a weakness. It was rare to find such a suitable person. What a weirdo. Not only did the person have to be brave, but they also had to have a weakness. It was rare to find someone who fit these requirements. What a weirdo. Yang Chen stepped into the white light. It was as if he had suddenly stepped into a different world. His eyes lit up. An incomparably wide execution ground appeared in front of Yang Chen. To be honest, even in his previous life, Yang Chen didn't have the chance to see the Immortal Slaying Platform. The Immortal Slaying Platform, as the name suggested, was where the Heavenly Court executed immortals. Immortals who could enter this place only had one identity, and that was prisoners awaiting execution. Yang Chen wasn't an executioner in his previous life, nor was he a prisoner awaiting execution, so he naturally didn't have the chance to see it. In front of him was a golden blade holder in the shape of 2 intertwining dragons. The dragon heads were facing up, and the dragons' mouths were wide open. In the 2 open dragon mouths, there was a long, blood-red, pitilessly fierce saber. After Yang Chen entered, he scanned the entire place and was immediately attracted by this long blade. This blade was different from the ghost head blade that Yang Chen was used to. The blade was long, and there seemed to be lightning spreading on it. The large blade had the same effect as the ghost head blade. Its only use was that it was convenient for beheading. The black hilt seemed to have sharp teeth. It gave off a malevolent aura, as if a ferocious beast would devour it if he held it. Yang Chen took a step forward and grabbed the black hilt. Instantly, a frenzied killing intent surged into Yang Chen's heart like an avalanche. Countless ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was as if millions of vengeful spirits were expressing their anger. "I'm not afraid of the living, so why should I be afraid of the dead?" Yang Chen sneered. As soon as the surging killing intent entered Yang Chen's mind, it was as though it had run into a firewall. It was as if it had run into a dam. The fierce blade seemed to be slightly surprised. Then, it transmitted its will to Duan Ling Tian, "Obey me, and I'll lead you to kill countless overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Even a great overarching golden celestial would be intimidated by your killing intent." One thing that could not be denied was that this ferocious saber had killed countless powerful immortals. Against immortals, it had a natural killing intent that could suppress them. Yang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. This was the normal reaction of a celestial facing the celestial slaying saber. However, since Yang Chen was a great overarching golden celestial in the past, it only took him a moment to regain his senses. His powerful will began to fight against the fierce blade's will. No one knew what kind of scene it was inside the immortal beheading stage. Yang Chen did not expect that after he entered the immortal beheading stage as a mortal, he would experience such a big trouble. The fierce blade had its own will. Needless to say, if an ordinary mortal entered the celestial slaying platform, they would submit to the fierce blade's will and become a slave on the celestial slaying platform. "Obey me." The fierce will was once again imposed, and Yang Chen's body could no longer bear this pressure and fell to the ground. Faced with the mountain-like killing intent, Yang Chen had to exert all his strength to keep his mind from being suppressed. The unwillingness, grievances, and cowardice from his past life appeared before Yang Chen's eyes again. It caused Yang Chen to shout from the bottom of his heart, "I'll never give in." His master's beautiful face reappeared before Yang Chen's eyes. She flashed a sad smile at him. In just a blink of an eye, the scene changed to the moment when Yang Chen had obtained the brilliant ray sword. "You're just a blade. I'm the executioner," Yang Chen shouted as he stood up. Chapter 8. Boom. All the murderous intent poured into Yang Chen's body and was absorbed by Yang Chen without hesitation. In his mind, Yang Chen only remembered one thing, and that was the sentence he had just shouted, "I am the executioner." Yang Chen's body had become a new battlefield. However, the scene was completely different from before. Previously, the murderous blades will had tried to influence Yang Chen on the blade and make Yang Chen yield to the will of the blade. Now, it had become the murderous blade fighting in an away game, completely entering Yang Chen's body. "Obey me. Yield. I will bring you to kill immortals." No matter what kind of temptation or threat, Yang Chen just guarded the clarity in his heart. "I am the executioner." This sentence directly determined who was the master and who was the follower. Even though the murderous blades will had used all kinds of methods, it could not do anything to Yang Chen's heart. Finally, the murderous blades will became weaker and weaker. Under the situation where Yang Chen was guarding his heart, it began to merge with the murderous intent in Yang Chen's body, which had killed hundreds of people in the mortal world. Once this murderous intent merged, it could not stop. The whole process was completed like a hot knife through butter. Not long after, the murderous blades will directly melted with Yang Chen's murderous intent. "I am the executioner." Yang Chen's eyes gradually lit up as he said this resolutely. The murderous blade in his hand was already obediently held in his hand. Other than a smooth connection between flesh and bone, there was nothing else. Raising the blood-red long blade, Yang Chen narrowed his eyes and added, "You are just the blade in the hands of the executioner." A series of changes occurred, and the murderous intent merged. Yang Chen did not even notice what had happened to his body. Holding the murderous blade, he felt a monstrous murderous intent emerging. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in a faint layer of red light. As his eyes opened and closed, a sharp killing intent seeped out of his body, causing others to tremble in fear. "This is..." Yang Chen was shocked when he saw the faint red light emitted from his body. Back when they were besieging Old Demon Yi's body was shrouded in a layer of blood-red light because he had killed too many people. Although Yang Chen only had a faint glow now, he seemed to be overflowing with killing intent like old Demon Yi. One look and one could tell that he was a peerless demon. Fortunately, I'm prepared. Yang Chen smiled but did not care much. Holding the saber, he walked forward. That high platform was the true immortal slaying plateau, where immortals and devils were slain. However, Yang Chen did not go up the stage directly. Instead, he watched from the side. The layout of the immortal slaying plateau was very simple. There was a kitchen for Yang Chen to eat and drink, a small room for Yang Chen to rest in, and a place to bathe and go to the toilet. Food and water would be placed there, so there was no need for Yang Chen to do anything. There was also a seamless heavenly robe in the room for Yang Chen to wear. It was made in the style of an executioner. It was dustproof and waterproof. Everything that Yang Chen needed to live could be found here. The spacious execution ground was where prisoners were tied up. It was still empty. However, Yang Chen knew that this place would soon be filled with unbelievable immortals for him to kill one by one. Drinking water, eating, bathing, changing clothes, Yang Chen slowly finished all of this. Then, he hugged the murderous blade and went straight to the immortal slaying plateau. After sitting down, he began to carefully study the ring on his hand. After entering the immortal slaying plateau, the ring remained in its original form. Yang Chen once had a ring like this in his previous life. That was a token of service in the heavenly court. Apart from that, there was also a merit accumulation card and a decent storage ring. The one on Yang Chen's hand was a little special. It was the only ring in the heavenly court that was only given to mortals. No one expected that Yang Chen knew these things like the palm of his hand. Who could know that in Yang Chen's previous life, he had experienced an extraordinary life? In this life, it was just to make those regretful things not reappear. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 thunderous booms, a huge crowd suddenly appeared on the execution ground below the immortal slaying plateau. Yang Chen did a rough calculation and found that there were several hundred people. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. Yang Chen looked at all of this, but didn't do anything. He still sat quietly on the immortal slaying plateau, closing his eyes to rest. With so many people appearing on the immortal slaying plateau, the murderous blade's will in Yang Chen's body suddenly started to make a ruckus. Kill them! Kill them! The sudden appearance of a target caused the murderous blade's will in Yang Chen's body to go berserk again. The kind of eagerness to kill creatures and strip off flesh and blood made Yang Chen almost unable to keep his heart. But Yang Chen still firmly remembered that he was the executioner. Moreover, he felt that the murderous blade's will seemed to be dissolving too quickly, which was a little illogical. Sure enough, after finding a target to slay, it appeared again. If Yang Chen had attacked just now, the murderous blade's will might have taken advantage of Yang Chen's attack to invade his heart again. But Yang Chen forcibly endured it and sat still on the platform. The murderous blade had no choice but to jump out again. In reality, this was not the murderous blade's will, but the entire immortal slaying plateau's will. The murderous blade itself was also a part of the immortal slaying plateau. Ever since the immortal slaying plateau appeared, it had always been slaying immortals and demons. Its killing intent was so strong that it was almost impossible to resist. If it was anyone else, they would be controlled by the immortal slaying plateau. Unfortunately, the mortal who entered the immortal slaying plateau this time was Yang Chen. He had long been prepared, so he naturally would not be controlled by the immortal slaying plateau. Guarding his heart, Yang Chen had always maintained in his heart, "I am the executioner." No matter how the murderous will in his body struggled, it could not control Yang Chen. The murderous blade in his hand, under the influence of the immortal slaying plateau, the blade trembled endlessly, as if it wanted to jump out of Yang Chen's hand and slay immortals. Yang Chen held it tightly, his other hand gripping the sword and saber, not giving the murderous blade any chance. Finally, the immortal slaying plateau's struggle ended in failure again. The trembling murderous blade slowly calmed down, and Yang Chen's heart no longer had the will to incite Yang Chen to kill those prisoners. It seemed that the immortal slaying plateau's will had no choice but to concede and admit Yang Chen's identity as the executioner. "You must remember, you are just the immortal slaying plateau, just a blade. Yang Chen once again solidified his confidence in his heart. I am the executioner. Here, I am the one in charge. Only I can decide who to kill and when to kill. The immortal slaying plateaus will no longer struggled, and obediently accepted Yang Chen's will. The entire immortal slaying plateau seemed to come to life, and under Yang Chen's control, it changed freely. Very good, I am the executioner. Feeling this obedience, Yang Chen held the blade and stood up. Chapter 9. It's actually you. A voice came from the pending prisoners, which made Yang Chen very surprised. Did someone in the immortal world recognize him? Who? Yang Chen pointed in the direction of the voice. With just a thought, a tightly bound grey-robed old man appeared on the immortal executioner's platform. As soon as he got on the stage, his body had automatically become the kind of kneeling appearance, waiting for Yang Chen's knife to cut down. Immortals who entered the immortal executioner's platform had their cultivation crippled. Even a mortal like Yang Chen could do whatever he wanted to these immortals with the power of the immortal executioner's platform. A few months ago, you dug out a metal box from my temple and bowed to me. Have you forgotten? The old man's clothes were tattered and didn't match his identity as an immortal at all. Very few people go to my place, and no one bows to me, so I remember it clearly. When the old man said this, Yang Chen also understood that this old man was clearly a landowner. The land wasn't big, but he wasn't small either. He could barely be considered an immortal. So it's you. Yang Chen smiled, but he wasn't in a hurry to swing his blade. He was the only executioner here anyway. The Heavenly Court's immortal executioner's platform didn't need to look at the time. When to cut someone down was completely up to Yang Chen. You're just a mortal, how can you do such a disgraceful thing? The old land suddenly became indignant and loudly rebuked Yang Chen. You also know that I'm just a mortal. How can I make a decision on such a matter? Yang Chen caressed the blade in his hand and answered casually. How could he ask such a question? He didn't even have a brain and was so pedantic. No wonder he was just a land, and such a poor one at that. Rebelling against the Heavenly Court is disgraceful. The old man was still talking to himself, but no matter what he said, it was always the same two sentences, especially the words treason and heresy. He kept repeating them on and on. Heaven's way is constant, but the heavenly Tao is impermanent. Yang Chen had nothing to argue with the old land. He just gave a reason. For many years, the important positions in the Heavenly Court have never been changed. Since the heavenly Tao is unpredictable, why is the Jade Emperor always the only one? The Queen Mother of the West is also her. So many masters have ascended, but no matter how high their cultivation is, they can only be the lowest soldiers or maids in the palace. If it were me, I might also rebel. This was the reason those artificial people used to oppose the Heavenly Court, so Yang Chen naturally knew about it. However, as soon as he said it, he knew that he was playing the lute to a cow. Treason. This is treason. The old man was so angry that he couldn't say anything else. I don't care if it's a big rebel or a small rebel. I'm just a small mortal. I can't care about so many things. Yang Chen smiled faintly and said to the angry old land, Senior, before you die, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Maybe I can help you fulfill them. Wishes. The old land was stunned, and then he immediately scolded excitedly, My wish is to tear those traitors into pieces. If I'm not included in those traitors, maybe I can help you fulfill some of them. Yang Chen smiled faintly and didn't care about the old land's excitement. Of course, you also know that you can't kill them all. I can help you kill some of them. However, killing them is to fulfill your wish. What good will it do to me? The old land obviously didn't expect Yang Chen to react like this. He struggled to turn his head from the execution platform to look at Yang Chen. He asked in disbelief, are you serious? Nowadays, the cultivation sects are inextricably linked to the immortal realm and the mortal realm. I have an unresolvable grudge with the mysterious heaven sect, so I must kill some of them. Yang Chen was also very serious. I swear on my inner demons that I will definitely kill the people of the mysterious heaven sect. If you don't have any other wishes, you can go in peace. Since you dare to swear on your inner demons, I'll believe you this once. The old land didn't think about how a mortal like Yang Chen knew so many secrets of the heavenly court. He just listened to Yang Chen's oath and believed him. If you still have a chance to leave the immortal beheading platform, then go to my broken temple in the mortal world. There are a few kilograms of spirit stones that I hid in the ground in front of the platform. I've been poor for half my life. The things I left behind before I ascended are all yours. Do it. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and I'm just doing my duty. I'm sorry for offending you. Yang Chen stood up and finished reading the words to the old land. Then, without further ado, he raised the knife in his hand and chopped down. The old land's head fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. Blood spurted everywhere, but not a single drop landed on Yang Chen. Hiss. He took a deep breath into his body. Old Devil Yi's cultivation technique circulated again, quickly absorbing and dissolving the old land's life essence. Immediately, a warm current rushed to the top of his head. Then, it circulated a few times along the Ren and Du meridians before disappearing without a trace. However, this time, even if Yang Chen killed hundreds of mortals, he wouldn't be able to do it. With his eyes closed, Yang Chen didn't open his eyes until the warm current in his body disappeared. Then, he felt something was wrong with the ring on his hand. With a thought, he found that the merit value on the ring had changed from 0 to more than hundreds of thousands. Yang Chen's heart moved. This ring was a symbol of identity in the heavenly court, and at the same time, it counted merit value. Killing an old land meant that the rebels had already taken control of the heavenly court and changed the merit standard. Killing an enemy would naturally increase one's merit value. How much merit value the immortal had in the old heavenly court would increase for Yang Chen now. However, hundreds of thousands of merit value was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. Yang Chen didn't care about it. This immortal slaying platform was densely packed with prisoners waiting to be executed. Wouldn't it be a land of merit value? The second prisoner was brought up. It was a small soldier of the heavenly court. Yang Chen did not ask about the origin, but according to the example of the old land in front of him, he still asked, "Before the death of the body, Senior, do you have any unfinished wishes? Maybe I can complete one or two for you." Of course, the rules are the same. What benefits do I get from helping you? What benefits do you want? Although he was just a small soldier of the heavenly court, he was probably a famous figure in the mortal world. He had quite a bearing. Before he died, he was unusually calm. Anything. Cultivation techniques, things you left behind in the mortal world, the spiritual world, or the immortal world will do. Yang Chen replied indifferently, "If you give me benefits, I might help you fulfill your wish. It's a fair deal. What if you take the benefits but can't fulfill my wish?" The soldier snorted and questioned Yang Chen. Chapter 10. Everyone here is a big shot. I'm just a small mortal, I don't dare to boast. Yang Chen's tone was still indifferent. I'll try to do what I can. What I can't do, my ability is limited, and I don't dare to give you any guarantees. However, all of you have entered the immortal register. After you die, everything ends, and you don't have to hope to reincarnate again. The things left behind are also completely not fated with you. If there are any left for the younger generation, I won't force you. Do as you please. His voice wasn't loud, but inside the immortal slaying platform, it was very easy for Yang Chen's voice to be heard by everyone. His words were naturally heard by everyone. Since that's the case, I don't have any wishes to fulfill. Do it. The heavenly court's soldier didn't have any worries. He closed his eyes and waited for Yang Chen to make his move. Every injustice has a perpetrator, every debt has a debtor. You and I have no enmity with each other in the past. I'm just doing my duty and acting on orders. Forgive me. Yang Chen didn't force it. Since he had already said it, he couldn't guarantee that he could fulfill his wishes, but he wouldn't force them to accept it either. Yang Chen naturally wouldn't be angry if they weren't willing to accept it. In any case, after the other party died, their life essence would definitely benefit him. Kacha, the murderous blade flashed, and the heavenly court soldier also died on the immortal slaying platform. The merit points in the ring only increased by a little over 100,000. It seemed like the soldier's status was even lower than that of the soil. However, the soldier's life essence was several times more abundant than the soil's. Absorbing it in one breath and circulating his cultivation took several times the time of the soil's absorption. It was just 2 people, but Yang Chen felt a huge change in his body. As he expected, killing an immortal was tens of thousands of times more effective than killing a mortal. I've roamed the world without any worries. I don't have any wishes that need a mortal like you to fulfill. There's no point in talking, do it. The third person was very straightforward. He didn't wait for Yang Chen to ask and took the initiative to speak. Every injustice has a perpetrator, every debt has a debtor. You and I have no enmity with each other in the past. I'm just doing my duty and acting on orders. Forgive me. Since the other party was straightforward, Yang Chen was even more straightforward. After trying to get some words out of him, he raised his hand and chopped down. It was clean and neat. Apart from giving Yang Chen dozens of merit points and changing Yang Chen's spirit root and meridians, there was nothing else left behind. This old man has nothing to say, as long as you have the opportunity to kill a few more rebels in the future. The next mountain god was also a person who was unwilling to give up. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Yang Chen to urge him and said, "Before I ascended, I left a herb garden for my descendants. Unfortunately, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to inform them. I'll give it to you. It's on Mount Xiangyang. This old man once laid down a restriction. If you want to go in, you'll have to go through a lot of trouble." The herb garden of Xiangyang Mountain? Yang Chen's mind slightly moved, and he casually replied, "The 7-step spell array, 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 1 step left, 1 step up, and 1 step back. 7.5 turns, repeating 7 times. Only those with water attribute spiritual energy can enter the array. 7 by 7, 49 steps, 1 wrong step and you will be killed. Senior left a lot of good things. Thank you very much. How did you know?" Hearing Yang Chen say almost every word, the mountain god couldn't believe his ears. Originally, he thought that only he knew about this, but in front of Yang Chen, it was like there was no defense. How could he not be shocked? "I just know." Yang Chen knew that it was because this herb garden was discovered 2,000 years later. A medium-level sect lost dozens of nascent soul masters, and they used this method to enter. Naturally, Yang Chen wouldn't explain the reason to the mountain god, he just continued to say, "After ascending, unless you are willing to sacrifice your cultivation, no one will be able to send such a message to the lower realm. Senior, I promise that this herb garden will not be covered in dust again. Senior, don't worry and go on your way. The incantation to collect it is." The mountain god looked at Yang Chen in shock and said the incantation to collect it. "Thank you very much, Senior." Yang Chen bowed again. "I can't see through it." The mountain god just said this sentence. At this point, no one thought that there would be any chance of survival. Everyone could see that this was the true nature of the immortals. Each of their performance made Yang Chen admire them. Every injustice has a perpetrator, and every debt has a debtor. You and I have no grievances in the past, and there is no enmity between us. I am doing my duty, and I am acting under orders. Please forgive me. Every time he was going to kill an immortal, Yang Chen would always say these words patiently. After saying these words, Yang Chen would then use the knife. "Why do you say these words every time before you use the knife?" The fifth person looked like a scholar, and he couldn't see his official position. He asked Yang Chen this question, and even said this sarcastically, "Are you afraid that after killing the immortals, you won't have a good ending? Are you feeling guilty?" "I just don't want to have any karma." Yang Chen didn't care about the other person's sarcastic tone, and replied indifferently, "Although everyone died at my hands, the cause of death is not on me. If there is karma, it is on the person who gave the order. If Senior still has any hatred, it is better to take it on the real enemy. I am just an executioner, and I don't want to have any karma." "You think I won't have any karma just because you said so?" Although the scholar was tied up, his eyes were moving quickly. "I'm afraid it's not up to you, right? Whether or not I want to have any karma is all up to me." Yang Chen wasn't angry, and just replied to himself, "Killing everyone is my duty, and I have a clear conscience. If I say I won't have any karma, then I won't have any karma." The strong confidence in his words made the scholar feel discouraged. After entering the immortal slaying platform, Yang Chen almost always referred to himself as I. Any of these immortals who were killed could be his senior, so Yang Chen only called himself senior, and called himself I, and nothing else. "Alright, this old man also has an unfulfilled wish, kill a few more people, and I will leave you some good things." The scholar chuckled, and then said to Yang Chen, "In Mount Lu Qing's Danyu Valley, there are magic treasures and pills that this old man left behind. After you get out, you can go there to look for them. Whether you can find them or not will depend on your luck. Is there anything to pay attention to in and out of Danyu Valley?" Yang Chen asked without changing his tone. "Going in is easy, just walk in, and coming out requires the 8 treasures wind copper mirror to suppress the formation eye." The scholar's answer was also very fast, without any hesitation. "Good plan." Yang Chen suddenly sneered, "Danyu Valley, there is no exit. The 8 treasures wind copper mirror cannot come out. I didn't mean to deceive Senior, but Senior wanted to kill me, so I have to offend you. Ha 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 ha. Junior, you are quite smart, to know that there is a trap." The scholar laughed. "Coincidentally know of Danyu Valley, looks like you are not fated to die. However, this old man is already in such a state, and my life is at stake. I wonder what other than death is there to offend me. I am not talented, but I happen to know a crippled immortal absolute demonic hand." There was a sneer on Yang Chen's face, but his mouth said plainly, "Although I am a mortal and have no magical power, but with the immortal beheading stage in hand, I can also display 1 or 2. Senior, before you die, enjoy it." The moment Yang Chen's words fell, the scholar's expression changed drastically. Not only him, even the immortals below the stage had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 11. Not only the scholar on the stage, but even the other prisoners under the stage also shuddered when they heard Yang Chen's words. The crippling immortal absolute demon hand could almost be said to be the most vicious punishment in the immortal world. After being hit by it, even a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal would feel a combination of numbness and itchiness all over the body. When the numbness and itchiness reached the extreme, it could even make a person disregard all face and become naked. What was especially vicious was that this crippling immortal absolute demon hand not only allowed the caster to control it at will, but also had a very important function, that was to block the cultivation of the person who was hit by it. After being hit by the crippling immortal absolute demon hand, the cultivation could only be controlled by the caster. Unless there was someone who was several times stronger than the caster who could find the method to control the caster and relieve the pain of the person who was hit by it, it would be like maggots in the tarsal bone, following the person for life. Yang Chen offended the Taishanman in the mortal world under Yang Lan's frame-up. He didn't expect that the Taishanman was only a branch of the mysterious heaven sect in the immortal world, and the mysterious heaven sect was the main force of the rebellion in the heavenly court. After ascending, Yang Chen was targeted by others. In order to teach others a lesson, the master of the mysterious heaven sect used the crippling immortal absolute demon hand on Yang Chen's body. He deliberately made Yang Chen a typical example of disobedience. Every month, the restriction on Yang Chen's body would activate once, and each time, Yang Chen would suffer unbearable pain and lose face in the immortal world. In order to leave a deep impression on others, Yang Chen's cultivation was not controlled, and he even cultivated to the level of a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. The crippling immortal absolute demon hand belonged to the series of demonic techniques that were robbed. It was too sinister, and only a few sect masters of the big sects were qualified to cultivate it. It was passed down by word of mouth, and no one else knew about it. It was just that after using this technique many times, Yang Chen also learned some of it. "Who the hell are you? How do you know about the crippling immortal absolute demon hand?" The scholar was shocked and asked almost desperately. There was no need for Yang Chen to intimidate someone who was about to die. "I've said it before. You're just a mortal who controls the immortal beheading stage." As he spoke, the saber in his hand suddenly turned into a thin needle. "Senior, we have no enmity between us in the past, but you had evil intentions in your heart first. I will repay you with the crippled immortal extinguishing devil hand. I will accept this karma. Since he didn't kill anyone, Yang Chen didn't say anything. After saying this, Yang Chen had already made his move. The needle flickered a few times on the scholar's body, and the middle-aged scholar could not help but moan. The numbness and itchiness were unbearable. Under normal circumstances, the scholar might have been able to scratch the itch with his hands. But right now, he was in the immortal slaying plateau, and his cultivation base had been crippled. His body was bound tightly, and there was no way he could scratch. The poor scholar could only keep twisting his body, but he did not have any means to alleviate the pain. At this time, even if he lost all his face, he was willing to have someone to help him scratch. Unfortunately, Yang Chen did not have such good intentions. The immortal slaying plateau flashed slightly, and the middle-aged scholar was hung outside the immortal slaying plateau. Yang Chen's voice came from the platform. Senior will be the last to be beheaded. Senior can only bear with the time it takes to behead thousands of people. The immortals who entered the immortal slaying plateau did not expect that Yang Chen would have such a move. They also knew that the scholar was in a hopeless situation. They wanted to see Yang Chen make a fool of himself, but they did not expect that Yang Chen would see through it. Thinking about the herb garden just now, Yang Chen also knew that these immortals found it difficult to hide anything from the executioner on the immortal slaying plateau. Even if they were immortals, they would not be willing to be humiliated before they died, but Yang Chen's approach made them unable to give birth to any resentment. Yang Chen was only a mortal, and could not control the changes in the heavenly court. Their tragedy, as Yang Chen said, was that every wrong had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. It could not be blamed on Yang Chen. As for the middle-aged scholar, Yang Chen also made it clear that he plotted to kill Yang Chen first, so Yang Chen did not mind accepting this karma. Everyone had killed countless people on their path of cultivation. Perhaps apart from the middle-aged scholar, no one felt that such an action was inappropriate. Moreover, Yang Chen did not force them. Those who were willing left some wishes, and those who were unwilling, Yang Chen happily sent them on their way. He did not make things difficult for them, and no one had anything more to say. People who were about to die, let alone immortals who had lived for an unknown amount of time and seen many births, old age, sickness, and death, could see through everything. If they wanted to live, they just had to lower their heads before entering the immortal slaying plateau. Since they had already been sent in, it meant that they had already made a choice and had already seen through life and death. Yang Chen's little action, who would see it in his eyes? Yang Chen also guessed this, so he was so unscrupulous. No matter how open-minded one was about life and death, there would always be a little regret. This was the power of Yang Chen's words. What unfulfilled wishes do you have? Maybe I can help you fulfill them. The direct result of this sentence was that at least half of the prisoners who were awaiting execution gave Yang Chen their requests and promised him benefits. My sect is declining. If there is a chance, please take care of it. I still have a lost 10th water true tactic here. If combined with the 10th water Yuan Qi, the power will be great. Please help me pass it down. I know there is a spirit stone vein in a steep valley. It is inaccessible and has many monsters. I guess no one has found it. I will give it to you. Before my ascension, I refined dozens of flying swords for the younger generation, but the younger generation disciples who ascended later never found them. You can go and get them. Those flying swords are also my painstaking efforts before my ascension. Don't let them be covered in dust. Yang Chen's mind was like a boiling pot, constantly engraving the last wishes and benefits of these immortals in it. Some things, such as taking care of the younger generation, Yang Chen directly agreed. Some of the things that needed to be killed, Yang Chen would first think about it. If there was an intersection with his enemies, Yang Chen would agree. If there was no intersection, Yang Chen would not easily agree. The more it was like this, the more it seemed that Yang Chen would keep his promise. Those who originally wanted him to kill, seeing that he shook his head and did not agree, and that they were about to die, the things left behind were also in vain. They simply made up their minds and directly said the benefits that they originally wanted to promise. They did not want any conditions, and just went to their deaths. Every time before killing, Yang Chen always said the professional phrase every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. After beheading the head, he would also silently use the demonic power to absorb the last trace of these immortals' gifts into his own body. This time, the speed was very fast. Yang Chen had no concept of time here, but he did not stop along the way. By the time he beheaded everyone, including the scholar who had been tortured by him with the crippled immortal absolute demonic hand, half of the beheading immortal platform had turned bright red. Chapter 12. Although he still didn't have any magic power in his body, Yang Chen could sense that his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. It was as if something was sprouting inside him, growing strong and healthy. Taking a quick look at his merit points, Yang Chen discovered that they'd already exceeded 1 billion. For Yang Chen, this was an additional benefit. Although he couldn't use them in the mortal world for now, once he ascended to the spirit realm, they were good stuff that he couldn't even beg for. Hey! Somewhere in the immortal world, the official who'd led Yang Chen into the immortal execution platform seemed to sense something and exclaimed in surprise, "So fast?" After saying that, he immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He waved his hand behind him and said, "Send another batch in." Yang Chen was drinking water to rest, and suddenly discovered that the immortal executioner platform, which had just been empty, suddenly became full again, and the immortals were sent in. Having absorbed the life essence of more than 1,000 immortals, Yang Chen didn't seem to feel tired at all. However, he still slowly drank the bowl of water in his hand at his own pace. Only then did he step onto the immortal executioner's platform with steady footsteps. Earth, slay. Mountain god, slay. Celestial soldier, slay. Strongman, slay. Palace maid, slay. Boy, slay. Before you die, senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Perhaps I can help you fulfill them. The same words came out of Yang Chen's mouth, but with a hint of killing intent. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. You and I have no past grievances, and this is my duty. Please forgive me. Yang Chen didn't know how many times he'd repeated the executioner's words, wiping out all the prisoners in one breath. Hiss, outside the immortal beheading stage, after the executioner discovered that the immortal beheading stage had once again been emptied, he almost sucked in a breath of cold air. More than 2,000 immortals were killed by Yang Chen in such a short period of time. Even if it was him, facing so many immortals, he might not be able to make such a ruthless move. One had to know that when a mortal faced so many immortals, they were still immortals. They were even nobler than their emperors. Yet, he could kill them without hesitation. This person was simply a born executioner. Another batch of people was sent in. Yang Chen now knew the pattern. Each batch sent in was 1,200, and after killing them, another batch would be sent in. Just these low-level immortals alone were enough for Yang Chen to kill more than 10 batches, close to 20,000. The Heavenly Court's rebellion was no small matter. Although the rebels were unwilling, they didn't dare kill too much in the midst of the rebellion, lest they couldn't turn back. Many people would capture anyone they could from the old Heavenly Court. That was why Yang Chen had to kill so many immortals. A faint blood color had appeared around Yang Chen's body. That was the thick blood energy that came from killing too many people. Although Yang Chen had already absorbed their life essence, the violent surge of killing intent from immortal execution was something that couldn't be eliminated in a short time. Toward the end, those immortals who had lost all their energy would even tremble slightly in front of Yang Chen. They didn't even dare look Yang Chen in the eye. They seemed to feel a kind of reverence for Yang Chen from the bottom of their hearts. After killing this batch, after a short rest, Yang Chen finally saw a different death row prisoner. From their clothes, it could be seen that these immortals' ranks had greatly increased. 36 celestial stars, 72 earth fiends, 28 constellations, 12 stars. Yang Chen also had to sigh. These gods, who were originally high and mighty, had now become prisoners under his feet. Before you die, senior, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, maybe I can help you complete one or two. Yang Chen, who was surrounded by red light, said these words, which really made these immortals shudder. How many immortals had to be killed to produce a murderous aura that would make the immortals of such a level afraid? Unexpectedly, The higher the level of the immortal, the more they valued their own orthodoxy. Yang Chen's words seemed to give them the last chance. This old man has a secret great sun true solution. You help me find a suitable disciple and pass it on. I have a hidden immortal's cave in the mortal world, just in Blue Vault Mountain. The restriction method is like this. Before ascending, there is a vein of first wood true essence in this old man's cave. You can go and get it when you have time. With the first wood true secret art, it will have an incredible effect. However, you have to help this old man find this old man's disciple in the spiritual world and pass on this universe limitless sword formation. If you can't find it, it's a bargain for you. Ari. This old man has a Yundan scripture here. You find a fated person to pass it on. I have a 12 stars C suppression formation for 12 people. I will give it to you to suppress the immortal's cave. Heavenly cycle constellation formation. Don't ask about the power, it is very powerful. I will give it to you. Celestial spirit treasure refining secret art. You can refine your magic weapon. I will give it to you, don't lose it. Earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art. If you are lucky, you can sacrifice your magic weapon to 72 formations, pass it on. In a series, almost all of them were cultivation methods, formations, pill scriptures, refining techniques, and even lost immortal's cave. Yang Chen couldn't believe that these people had so many good things. And judging from some of the things he found in his memory, these things were all true. In particular, the 12 stars C suppression formation, it was simply a heaven-defying formation that directly upgraded the blessed cave to a level. He killed dozens of immortals in a row. He didn't feel anything when he killed the heavenly generals. When he killed 12 Yuan Chen, he accidentally discovered that his merit value had begun to increase rapidly in units of hundreds of millions. By the end of the 28 constellations, the merit value had broken through 1 trillion. What made Yang Chen even more shocked was that the life essence of the 28 constellations seemed to have different yin and yang attributes of the 5 elements. As soon as it was absorbed into the body, he could feel the illusion of something in the body taking root and growing into a towering tree, which was extremely wonderful. After a long time, Yang Chen finished absorbing and opened his eyes, but what he saw was a monster. They covered almost every category. Erlangshan's howling celestial dog, South Pole immortal Wang's seeker deer, immortal cranes, Chang'e's jade rabbit, 4 odd beasts, flying tigers, turtles, snakes, and even a few flood dragons. Almost everything that Yang Chen could think of was already here. These were either the immortals' pets or mounts. My master has a longevity peach. I have one too. The moment the South Pole immortal Wang's seeker deer spoke, Yang Chen jumped in fright. I raised that peach in a certain immortal's cave in the spirit realm a long time ago. If you have time, go get it and have a taste, it's not bad. Chapter 13. The peach in the hands of the South Pole immortal hermit was comparable to the Queen Mother's best immortality peach. Hearing the seeker deer's words, Yang Chen's saliva almost flowed out. You're still reluctant to eat that peach in the spiritual realm? How stingy. A disdainful voice came from the side. It was the crane that was almost inseparable from the seeker deer. It was also beside the South Pole immortal hermit, but the moment it opened its mouth, it mocked, I've eaten that peach a long time ago. The peach pit is still in the mortal realm. I wonder if it has bloomed and borne fruit. Yang Chen stood at the side and listened to the two bickering without saying anything. Anyway, he was the one who got the benefits, so he let them bicker before they died. That peach tree should be growing in the mortal realm. The crane shouted at Yang Chen, then made a request, go take a look if you have the chance. Now, kill both of us together. Woof. The celestial hound barked and spoke in human language, I still have a drop of blood in the mortal realm. If a beast can fuse with it, it might be able to activate the ancient beast bloodline. The blood essence is there's a mystical power called the beast taming technique. It's a cultivation technique of the demon race. It's 100 times more brilliant than those from the school of beast taming. However, the requirements are harsh. Let's see if you have this opportunity. The green bull also spoke in human language. These demon gods were different from the previous 28 constellations. They were all mounts or pets of the famous exalted immortals of the celestial heavens. They had always maintained their original forms and did not transform into human forms. However, these demon gods were abnormally powerful. They were not inferior to their kind that had become orthodox gods. In fact, they were even stronger. As he was killing them, Yang Chen had no time to care about other things. However, after killing a few, he accidentally glanced at his merit points and was shocked. These demon gods had directly brought Yang Chen tens of trillions of merit points. In the great rebellion of the celestial heavens, many people were hoping to get lucky. They captured all these gods if they could, but all of them ended up benefiting Yang Chen. At this moment, Yang Chen's body was already enveloped in a thick layer of blood light. From afar, it looked like a blood cloud was surrounding Yang Chen. If a cultivator were to see such a scene, their first reaction would be to think that this was definitely an old devil with a heavy sin of killing, and not a mortal who had not cultivated any martial arts and did not have any magical power. All the demon gods were killed, even if Yang Chen didn't speak. The killing intent on his body was also penetrating. A heavenly lord who had just been sent to the immortal executioner stage was directly deterred by Yang Chen's murderous aura and died on the spot. The injury is so heavy, and you can still hold on until now. Yang Chen looked at the Lord of Heaven who had died before he could do anything, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This time, the level of those who entered the immortal slaying platform was much higher. Heavenly Lord, Heavenly General, 8 immortals of the Upper Cave, 7 stars of the Big Dipper, 6 Ding and 6 Jiao, 5 Virtue Starlords, the 3 stars of Fortune, Fortune, and Longevity, Martial Canopy, Chang'e, Mighty God, and so on. However, unlike the previous gods, almost all of these high-level immortals were seriously injured. Their faces were full of unwillingness but helplessness. Fire Lord, an extremely rich fire essence rushed straight into Yang Chen's lungs. Water Lord, Water Lord, Wood Lord, Wood Lord, Earth Lord, Earth Lord, Gold Lord, Gold Lord, Just killing the 5 Virtue Starlords, Yang Chen felt that the attributes of the 5 elements in his body had skyrocketed, not to mention the feeling of fullness brought by the 28 constellations before. Killing until now, even if Yang Chen had been trying to balance his mind, he could not help but feel a little tired. The will of the immortal slaying platform in his body was still trying to vent its killing intent, but under the control of Yang Chen, it could not make too much waves. It could only follow Yang Chen's arrangements and obey. In the small room to rest, Yang Chen slept regardless of everything, and then tried hard to calm down. Only then did the strong killing intent on his body slowly ease. Although the red clouds were still tumbling, they were no longer as frightening as before. After resting for a while, Yang Chen went up to the immortal slaying platform again. From the mouths of the big figures, there was almost no complaint. Victory was victory, defeat was defeat. He had tried his best and ended up like this, but there was not so much unwillingness and disappointment, it was extraordinary. I have a medicine-nourishing gourd, it is in the lower world, I have condensed a pure yang sword qi all my life, and I have never been distracted. Its power is endless. If you are interested, you can also practice it. I have a set of formation flags for you before I die, and I will give them to you. Yang Chen received these news calmly, and calmly said his own words, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. One by one, he beheaded these immortals that he was familiar with. If it was the previous gods, Yang Chen could indeed make a move without any waves in his heart, but these immortals were not the same thing at all. In fact, for every immortal, Yang Chen condensed a killing intent in his heart to be able to achieve such calmness. Every time he beheaded a superior immortal, Yang Chen could almost feel the great changes in his body, which was more terrible than killing tens of thousands of people. As for the merit value, Yang Chen no longer paid attention to it. It had already exceeded 1,000 trillion, and was even hitting the Jing unit. It wouldn't take more than a few people to break through the Jing, 10,000 trillion, mark. Outside the immortal beheading stage, a few immortal soldiers who were originally guarding the immortal beheading stage felt the intense killing intent from the immortal beheading stage and couldn't help but tremble. They were just ordinary heavenly soldiers, how could they withstand such terrifying killing intent? If it wasn't for their fate, who knew where they would have fled to? Even the executioner couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the immortal soldiers trembling, he couldn't help but say, "This immortal beheading stage is the only immortal artifact that can connect the mortal world and the heavenly court. The heavenly court can only enter and not leave, and the mortal world can enter but not leave. We were ordered to choose the executioner with the dream reversal technique, and we have already completed the new emperor's order. The immortal beheading stage is showing its power, we should retreat." With that, he was the first to retreat. The immortal soldiers looked at each other and scrambled to escape from the vicinity of the immortal beheading stage. They only stopped when they could no longer feel the killing intent from the immortal beheading stage. An immortal soldier immediately asked, "Why is the immortal beheading stage like this? It wasn't like this in the past. How many immortals has the immortal beheading stage killed in the past? In all these years, the immortal world has only killed a few dozen. This time, it killed tens of thousands. With so much immortal flesh and blood, let alone the immortal beheading stage, even a mortal world weapon would become a spirit after being stained with so much immortal flesh and blood, right?" The executioner who was the first to retreat looked towards the immortal beheading stage and explained with lingering fear. Chapter 14. The treasures of my dragon palace also have a treasure vault in the mortal world. I don't want to leave these things to the traitor Dragon King. You're lucky. The treasure vault is in. Before the Dragon King of the East Sea was beheaded, he was very unwilling, but he had the mentality of not letting those traitors have an easy time even if he couldn't get it. Thus, he let Yang Chen take advantage of it. The clairvoyant, the clairaudient, the god of thunder, the mother of lightning, the count of wind, the lord of rain, the four heavenly kings, the pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li, the five directions Yeti, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the moon lord, the sun lord, the martial might star lord, Chang'e, and the nine heavens mystic fairy. When facing Chang'e and the nine heavens profound maiden, Yang Chen did not seem to care about them at all. He only saw them as two prisoners waiting to be executed. He swung his saber down. Before she died, Chang'e left behind a copy of the Beauty-Retaining Heart Sutra. In addition to the Beauty-Retaining Heart Sutra, there were also many recipes for the appearance pill, from the mortal realm to the spiritual realm to the immortal realm. The most terrifying thing was that not only could this youth-retaining technique preserve one's appearance, but it could also allow the cultivator to adjust their appearance and figure according to their will. It was simply the ultimate treasure that all female cultivators yearned for. Tai-Bai Jinxing, Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Perhaps I can help you complete them. By then, Yang Chen had already killed off the group of exalted immortals. Once again, he saw gold immortals. In front of him was Tai-Bai Jinxing, Li Chang'eng. My body is dead and my Tao is gone. What's there to linger about? Unfortunately, His Majesty was powerless to reverse the situation. This old man has a seventh metal true secret art here. There is a vein of seventh metal Yuan Qi in the lower realm. Make good use of it. When Tai-Bai Jinxing also fell under Yang Chen's knife, Yang Chen finally discovered a point, that was, those who were powerful and particularly good at fighting, such as Neza, Erlang Shen, Yang Jian, Lu Dongbin, and the like, were basically impossible to capture alive. Those who were captured alive were those who were half above and half below. Naturally, the proportion of people in high positions was even higher. Therefore, when Yang Chen saw old Lord Taishang, he wasn't surprised at all. After killing so many righteous gods of the heavenly court, Yang Chen no longer had any fear in his heart. Even if he were to face the Jade Emperor, there probably wouldn't be anything that could shock him. It seemed like old Lord Taishang did not receive too much criticism. His expression was very calm. When he saw Yang Chen, he first felt a subconscious fear. There were too many killing gods, and the blood cloud around them was already so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It naturally emitted a terrifying aura, and even a righteous god like Taishang Laojun couldn't resist it. However, Taishang Laojun was Taishang Laojun after all. It was only a split second of fear before he returned to normal. Opening his eyes, he seemed to pierce through the blood clouds and see Yang Chen's true body. After staring fixedly at Yang Chen for a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly asked, 5 elemental spirit roots, yin and yang complete, rarely seen in 10,000 years. You are the best immortal cultivator I have ever seen, and we actually had such fate before death. Are you interested in becoming my last disciple? Become the disciple of old Lord Taishang? Although it was before death, anyone could think of the huge opportunity contained in it. However, in Yang Chen's mind, the desperate and beautiful eyes of his previous master suddenly flashed, and the moment of happiness when she reached out and handed him the bright ray sword. Just these two images made Yang Chen's slightly shaken heart quickly stop swaying, and he made a decision. Thank you, old lord, for your kindness, but I already have my master in this life, and I won't worship anyone else as my master. When Yang Chen calmly said this sentence, his heart seemed to have gotten rid of some shackles, and he was free and unrestrained. Yang Chen knew that in the future, there would be no temptation worse than the temptation of being accepted as the last disciple of old Lord Taishang. Unknowingly, Yang Chen had received a spiritual cleansing. He had not yet begun to cultivate, and the cultivation of his state of mind was already better than when he was alive. Sigh, in the end, it's still not fated. Old Lord Taishang sighed slightly, as if he could also see Yang Chen's detachment. With a sigh, his tone returned to normal. Fine, it's fate that we met before death. Although I can't accept you as a disciple, from the looks of it, you will also have to cultivate in the future. I'll give you 2 of my trump cards, you can choose for yourself. Old Lord Taishang had already heard what Yang Chen had said before, so he naturally knew what he was going to do, so he said very open-mindedly. Yang Chen did not expect that he would be able to obtain old Lord Taishang's favor. After being stunned for a moment, he was overjoyed. He stood on the spot and thought for a moment before saying, Old Lord, I accept your kindness. In that case, I'm willing to learn old Lord's 1 breath turning 3 pure ones and refining techniques, please bestow it to me. Needless to say, 1 breath turning 3 pure ones refining technique was definitely the best of the best. Everything produced by old Lord Taishang, whether it was the diamond chakram or the banana fan, yin-yang gourd or the jade bottle, were all peerless immortal weapons. As for alchemy, there was no need to talk about it. Many coveted peerless pills came from the hands of old Lord Taishang. If Yang Chen was allowed to choose, Yang Chen would naturally choose the best. However, it seemed that such a choice was a bit of a trick. Old Lord Taishang only let him choose 2, but Yang Chen actually chose 3. 1 breath turning 3 pure ones, it's just a mystic technique, it's called 3 pure arts, you remember it well. Your murderous aura is overflowing, but the 3 pure arts can refine the murderous intent and turn it into spiritual awareness. Maybe you will be able to use it soon. There is nothing special about this old man's refining, it's just the Qiankuan Bagua furnace plus some techniques. However, if you are willing, you can cultivate the great yin and yang 5 elements. Without the Bagua furnace, you can also be better than this old man. Well, Qiankuan treasure cultivation secret art, after each sacrificial refining, use this technique to sacrificial refine once. Usually use this to maintain it, the effect will be better, you remember it. After all, it's still my Dao Sect's business. Well, the alchemy technique is a parting gift to you. When you send me on my way later, be more agile. There is no name, just name it as you wish. However, this is just a technique, there is no elixir recipe, you can collect it yourself. After personally sending old Lord Taishang on his way, Yang Chen couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. He remembered the 3 pure arts, Qiankuan treasure cultivation secret art taught by the old Lord Taishang and the old Lord pill technique named by Yang Chen himself. Yang Chen wanted to take a break, but the new heavenly court didn't seem to give Yang Chen time to rest. The originally empty immortal beheading stage had 2 more prisoners waiting to be executed. There were only 2 prisoners waiting to be executed this time, but they were the 2 with the most distinguished status. When Yang Chen saw them, the husband and wife didn't have any bindings on them. They just stood upright and looked at Yang Chen majestically. Chapter 15. I am the supreme sovereign of Haotian Golden Palace, the Jade Emperor. How dare you be impolite, traitor? A man wearing an imperial robe and a crown shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder in Yang Chen's ears. Even though Yang Chen was surrounded by a murderous aura, it didn't affect his mind at all. The woman with the phoenix crown standing beside the Jade Emperor didn't say a word. However, the sharpness in her eyes was enough to make anyone fear Her Majesty and kneel on the ground. I'm sorry, seniors. This is the immortal slaying platform. The immortals who enter this place only have one identity, and that is to be executed. Yang Chen faced the two former masters of the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, and said calmly, I am Yang Chen, the executioner of the immortal slaying platform. At the same time, the newly appointed Heavenly Court Merit Envoy who was in charge of merits was dumbfounded when he saw a stranger whose merits suddenly skyrocketed appear at the top of the merit list. The numbers written on it were 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 million, trillion, Jing, Gari, Li, Rang, Go, Jian, Zhang, Zai, Ji, Ganges, Sho, a Seng only, from him, inconceivable, all the way to the boundless. The magnitude of 10 to the power of 68 was so huge that he couldn't believe his eyes. Note 10,000, 4 to the 4th power. 100 million, 8 to the 8th power. Gari, 12 to the 12th power. Jing, 16 to the 16th power. Gari, 20 to the 20th power. Jian, 20 to the 24th power. Rang, 20 to the 28th power. Go, 30 to the 32nd power. Jian, 30 to the 36th power. Zheng, 40 to the 40th power. Load, 40 to the 44th power. Ji, 40 to the 48th power. A monk only, 10 to the 52nd power. A monk only, 10 to the 56th power. A monk only, 10 to the 60th power. That went to him, 10 to the 60th power. Immeasurable, 10 to the 68th power. Big number, 10 to the 72nd power. Old Lord Taishang had already achieved immeasurable merits by establishing the Tao sect. Therefore, even during the Heavenly Court's rebellion, no one dared to be rude to the Grand Supreme Elder. However, all the participating immortals knew that if Old Lord did not die, the new Heavenly Court would not be able to be rebuilt. Therefore, as soon as the new Jade Emperor ascended the throne, he beheaded the Elder Supreme Elder. After all, there was the suspicion of deceiving one's master and destroying one's ancestors. However, the arrow was already narked on the bowstring and had to be released. At this point, he couldn't care less about anything else. No one dared to kill the Grand Supreme Elder, but Yang Chen had it easy. The Grand Supreme Elder had immeasurable merit in the old heavenly courts. Immeasurable merit meant that the Grand Supreme Elder's merit had already reached the level of immeasurable. Naturally, killing the Grand Supreme Elder was a matter of immeasurable merit in the new heavenly courts. In an instant, Yang Chen's merit value rushed to the unit of immeasurable. This was already the longest number that could be displayed on the merit list. Just the Grand Supreme Elder alone allowed Yang Chen's merit value to surpass everyone else and appear high and mighty on the merit ranking. Moreover, the huge number made the official who was paying attention to the merit ranking silent for a long time. According to the rules of the heavenly courts, merit value could be used to exchange for many things, including all kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, cultivation techniques, pets, subordinates, official positions, cave residences, and almost anything. According to Yang Chen's current immeasurable merit value, the entire heavenly courts could be exchanged for his merit value alone. The new Jade Emperor had just taken office and was inexperienced. Even if he could gather a huge amount of merit value, he could not compare to the Tao sect's ancestor. As for the immortal artifact merit ranking, it was the same as the immortal slaying platform. It could only be used to check an exchange, but it could not be changed at will. He was a stranger that no one had ever heard of. He was neither the target of any sect's support, nor had he made any shocking contributions in this rebellion. He was also not the new Jade Emperor of the Heavenly Court. How could he be the first in merit points? At the thought that the entire Heavenly Courts could be exchanged for by a stranger who had never been heard of, even as a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, the new merit envoy of the Heavenly Courts could not help but sweat profusely. The huge fear almost made him think that he had committed an irreparable mistake, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. There must be something wrong here. Traitor! How dare you act rashly? The Jade Emperor, or to be exact, the former Jade Emperor, shouted at Yang Chen who was walking towards him. However, he could only watch as Yang Chen walked towards him. Other than shouting, there was nothing he could do. No wonder those people wanted to rebel. Senior, what else can you do other than giving orders? A trace of contempt flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He shook his head slightly and revealed the ferocious blade. Aren't you afraid of being consigned to eternal damnation after you attack? The Queen Mother, who was next to him, finally spoke. Her voice was as clear as the bright moon, carrying the feeling of a sovereign descending to the world. Her phoenix eyes were full of power. It was only a sentence, but it was more direct than the roar of the Jade Emperor. I am enforcing justice on behalf of heaven, and my merits are immeasurable. How can I be punished by eternal damnation? Facing the Queen Mother, Yang Chen was even more respectful than the Jade Emperor. He might even have to explain to her. As he spoke, he took out his merit ring. The huge number on it made Yang Chen fall into a momentary daze. Enforcing justice on behalf of heaven? The Queen Mother of the West also saw the long string of numbers on Yang Chen's merit ring. Her eyes were stagnant and no longer as clear as before. It was as if she had suddenly aged a lot. She murmured, "It turns out that the sky has changed. Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Maybe I can fulfill them." Yang Chen faced the two supremes with completely different performances and said this sentence, then quietly waited for them to speak. "Since it has come to this, what other wishes do I have?" The Queen Mother said with a bitter face, and then restored her high and mighty majesty. Even if she was just a weak woman in the immortal beheading stage, the peerless demeanor she showed at this moment still made Yang Chen's heart admire her. Calmly, the Queen Mother tidied up her clothes. Suddenly, she smiled at Yang Chen and said, "Let me borrow your blade, and treat it as a mirror. This place is simple and crude, please forgive me." The Queen Mother's magnanimity won Yang Chen's respect. Swoosh! The blade in her hand lit up, and it appeared in front of the Queen Mother. The flat blade suddenly became bright, and it reflected the Queen Mother's beautiful face. Facing the blade, the Queen Mother of the West was like in her own jade pool. She carefully stroked her hair and adjusted the phoenix hairpin inserted in her head. Then she nodded slightly at Yang Chen and walked to the execution place of the beheading immortal platform. She looked around at the scenery around the beheading immortal platform. Then she said to Yang Chen behind her, "Executioner, do it. Be quick." Swoosh! A sharp sound was heard, and a ray of bright light, which looked like black hair, went through the Queen Mother's neck. However, it did not take anything away. The Queen Mother still stood there steadily, and she looked forward. After a while, she smiled and said, "What a fast blade. Thank you." After waving the blade, Yang Chen did not look at the result. He turned around and faced the Jade Emperor, who was originally the most powerful person in the world. He said calmly and coldly, "The Queen Mother is on her way. Senior, do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Maybe I can fulfill them." Seeing the Queen Mother of the West suddenly fall to the ground, the Jade Emperor, who was still pretending to be majestic and roaring, showed a look of panic on his face. He looked at Yang Chen and shouted, "I am the Jade Emperor, how dare you be rude?" Chapter 16. Not anymore. Yang Chen had seen how the Queen Mother of the West calmly faced her death and how the Jade Emperor lost his composure. The respect he had for the Jade Emperor disappeared without a trace. "I am the Jade Emperor. You are all traitors." Facing the threat of death, the former Jade Emperor had lost all his dignity. He waved his fists at Yang Chen hysterically. However, he just stood there and waved his fists. He did not dare to argue with Yang Chen, let alone teach Yang Chen a lesson. Every debt has a debtor. We have no grudges against each other. I am just doing my duty and following orders. Please forgive me. Yang Chen expressionlessly said the words of an executioner. Then, he took a few steps forward and waved his knife. The Heavenly Court's merit envoy was shocked when he saw Yang Chen's merit value suddenly increase. Yang Chen's merit value was already at the level of immeasurable. When he slashed at the Queen Mother of the West, his merit value jumped to almost the full value shown on the merit board. 9 boundless was the largest number that could be accommodated on the merit roll. Looking at the second place on the merit board, the name of the new Jade Emperor, the Heavenly Court's merit envoy almost cried. The heavenly court was newly established and he had accumulated merits to rise to this position. Could it be that the heavenly court was in darkness because of this immortal artifact's mistake? He did not know how the merit board was ranked in the past, but he thought that the Jade Emperor must be the first. A guy who came out of nowhere, and even the merit envoy couldn't find this guy even after searching the entire heavenly court. How could his merit value be higher than the new Jade Emperor? If there was no problem with the merit board, then there must be a problem with him as the merit envoy. The new Jade Emperor was not a kind person. He was a powerful figure who sent all the loyal people of the old heavenly court to the immortal slaying platform. If the Jade Emperor knew about this, he would definitely be the immortal slaying platform's final destination. Yes, there must be a problem with the merit list's rules. In a moment of desperation, the virtuous host's brain worked dozens of times faster than usual, and he immediately realized the crux of the problem. The merit board was an immortal artifact. As long as one wore the heavenly court symbol ring, the merit board would record the merit points. There shouldn't be any problems with it. The only problem was that the merit ranking that he had just taken over was still using the old rules. Thinking of this, the merit envoy was about to try to control the merit list to study how to change the calculation rules of the merit list. However, with a sweep of his divine sense, he suddenly felt that someone had entered from the outside. It was his personal attendant. However, he couldn't let anyone see the current ranking of the merit list. The merit envoy quickly put away the merit list and asked, "What is it?" "My lord, the Jade Emperor's envoy has arrived. The Jade Emperor wants to see the merit list." The attendant bowed and reported. Then, he waited quietly for the merit envoy's instructions. Boom! It was as if a clap of thunder resounded in the virtue envoy's ears. The Jade Emperor wanted to see the merit roll, but could he see the merit roll now? The merit envoy didn't know what he should do. However, no matter what, the Jade Emperor had actually sent someone here instead of summoning him with a token. It must be an extremely grand occasion. There might be many people waiting to see, so he had to go. However, the damn merit roll was actually in big trouble now. The merit envoy trembled with fear and trepidation as he carefully followed the Jade Emperor's envoy to the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. As he walked, his body trembled, causing the merit envoy in front to be surprised. However, it wasn't appropriate to ask him, so he could only tactfully remind him, "Be careful not to lose your manners in front of the Jade Emperor." In the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, the new Jade Emperor was holding a banquet with his officials. In fact, this was also a celebration banquet for overthrowing the old heavenly court. During the celebration banquet, those who had made contributions would be rewarded, as well as a large amount of merit points. Seeing this scene from afar, the merit envoy's legs almost went soft and he fell to the ground. Even though he was already a golden immortal, he was quite frightened at this moment. It wasn't easy for him to overthrow the old heavenly court. Was he going to be sent to the immortal beheading platform just because he had just taken control of the merit roll and hadn't had time to change the rules? It wasn't easy for him to force himself to pay his respects to the Jade Emperor without losing his manners. However, the Jade Emperor's words almost made the merit envoy's soul scatter. "Merit emissary, show us the merit list. Let everyone take a look." At the same time, Yang Chen's murderous blade had already been raised high. Under the Jade Emperor's horrified gaze, the blade slashed down heavily. The sharp blade that had killed tens of thousands of immortals only made a light sound. Then, blood sprayed out, and the Jade Emperor's corpse collapsed softly, no different from an ordinary corpse. The number on the merit roll skyrocketed again, instantly exceeding the display range of the merit roll. The merit roll could no longer be displayed. Just as the merit envoy opened the merit roll, Yang Chen's name flashed on the merit roll and disappeared without a trace. The merit envoy already couldn't help but start trembling. If the Jade Emperor saw that the first place on the merit roll wasn't him, who knew how angry he would be? Just as the merit envoy was about to give up in despair, he suddenly heard the calm laughter of the immortals. Everyone seemed to be very satisfied with the ranking on the merit roll, and they were all leisurely evaluating it. Even the Jade Emperor let out a burst of laughter. It was clear that although the merit points were small, the Jade Emperor was newly appointed and didn't have any more political achievements, so he could easily accept it. Merit Envoy, reward subject XX with 100,000 merit point. The Jade Emperor's voice sounded from high above. The Merit Envoy was stunned. He looked up and saw the name of the Jade Emperor, who was first on the merit roll. As for the jinx-like Yang Chen, he had already flown off to God knows where. The Merit Envoy's heart trembled. He felt as if he had gone from hell to heaven. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. He was happy, but he didn't dare to be slow. He hurriedly controlled the merit roll and noted down the Jade Emperor's reward. Reward subject XX with 80,000 merit point. Reward subject XX with 60,000 merit point. The series of rewards made the Merit Envoy so busy that he didn't even have time to lift his head. After much difficulty, the Jade Emperor finished bestowing the rewards. In the end, he seemed to be very satisfied with the Merit Envoy's attitude and ordered, "Merit Envoy, give yourself 1,000 merit points. In the future, the merit roll will follow this rule and can't be easily changed." The first half of the sentence made the Merit Envoy happy that he had received 1,000 merit points, but the second half made his heart sink. Yang Chen's name once again appeared in the Merit Envoy's mind. The ridiculously long merit points behind Yang Chen's name also tested the Merit Envoy's heart again and again. However, he didn't dare to say anything at this time. The Jade Emperor was the only one in the world. His words couldn't be disobeyed. In any case, Yang Chen's name had already disappeared. Would the Merit Envoy be stupid enough to say it himself? Thinking of this, the Merit Envoy bowed down and respectfully said to the Jade Emperor, who was sitting on the throne, "This subject receives the decree." Chapter 17. Yang Chen naturally didn't know what had happened in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches, but the huge amount of merit still shocked him. On the merit ring, a long string of zeros showed how high his current merit level was. However, within the range that the ring could display, there was only a string of zeros and no other numbers. If anyone else saw this, they would definitely think that Yang Chen was just a guy with no merit points. Only Yang Chen himself knew how huge the long string of zeros represented. The reason why there were no other numbers was because it was too long to display. Since the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor were dead, the old heavenly court had no chance of being restored. With Yang Chen on the immortal slaying platform, there was nothing else to do. After placing the blade on the knife rack, Yang Chen returned to his resting room. After resting for a while, he took off the executioner's heavenly robe prepared in the immortal slaying platform and changed into the mortal world's clothes that he came in with. After tidying up, he forcefully suppressed the churning and joy in his heart and walked resolutely towards the door of the immortal slaying platform. Once the immortal slaying platform was stained with immortal blood or touched something that shouldn't be touched, the door would automatically disappear. However, Yang Chen had been very careful. Until now, the door of the immortal slaying platform was still standing in the same place without any changes. The officials of the heavenly court had to borrow the power of the entire heavenly court to use the dream reversal technique once under the Jade Emperor's decree to choose an executioner in the mortal world. Once chosen, unless the executioner in the immortal slaying platform died, they would never choose again. Since Yang Chen didn't die, then he wouldn't touch the restrictions of the immortal slaying platform and inform the officials of the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor was already dead. In a short period of time, no new immortals would enter the immortal slaying platform. Yang Chen knew this in his heart. After ascending and entering the heavenly court, he had never heard of anyone being executed. When he reached the door, he turned back to look at the immortal slaying platform and the blade. Then, Yang Chen revealed a smile and strode out of the door. The scene in front of him changed rapidly, and suddenly, it turned into a patch of darkness. Yang Chen looked around, but he was still in his shabby house, and it was still late at night. He just didn't know how much time had passed in the mortal world. It was early winter when Yang Chen came out, but everyone in the county seemed to shiver in their sleep. It was as if they felt a chill from their bones, and they couldn't help but hug their bedsheets tightly. The rats and ants that were still moving underground all stopped moving at that moment. The entire county was as silent as a dead city. Many people in the death row suddenly woke up, and their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. It was as if the god of death had arrived beside them, and some of the more timid ones even collapsed. On a distant mountain peak, a fairy-like woman suddenly looked in this direction and frowned. She murmured, "What a powerful killing intent. Just how many lives has this demon killed?" Her figure blurred and disappeared. In the other directions, there were also people who noticed the changes here. The older ones just looked at it briefly, and many people immediately flew in this direction. Looking at their cultivations, some were high, some were low, and they were uneven. As soon as Yang Chen came out, he noticed that something was wrong. In the immortal beheading stage, this murderous aura and killing intent didn't matter, but in the mortal world, this was something that made people crazy. If he didn't solve the murderous aura problem in a short time, he would encounter a few cultivators. If he was lucky, they might understand that he was an executioner and wouldn't do anything to Yang Chen. If he was unlucky, he might directly use the flying sword to kill the demon. He thought that with his own mind cultivation, this little murderous aura was nothing. But Yang Chen didn't expect that he would kill immortals to the point where his murderous aura was exposed. It was really a miscalculation. 3 Purities Secret Art. Yang Chen suddenly remembered the words of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. The 3 Purities Secret Art could refine the killing intent and turn it into spiritual awareness. It was simply a life-saving magic weapon at this moment. No wonder the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord would say that he would be able to use it soon. At the moment, Yang Chen didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly recited the 3 Purities Secret Art taught by the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord and began to slowly comprehend the mystery. After a long time, Yang Chen sat up and began to cultivate according to the first layer of the 3 Purities Secret Art. The 3 Purities Secret Art had a total of 9 layers. Even if Yang Chen had tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience, he could only cultivate in the order. Originally, Yang Chen, who was reborn, had already reached the level of Great Principal Golden Immortal. At this time, although it was the first time he cultivated, he entered that kind of cultivation state in an instant. 3 hours later, Yang Chen woke up from his cultivation on time. With a long breath, Yang Chen began to slowly check the changes in his body. The 3 Purities Secret Art was the key to the 3 Purities of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, but it could only increase spiritual awareness and not enhance spiritual power. Yang Chen had long been aware of this, but when he thought about it a little, he was still shocked by the changes in his spiritual awareness. Originally, Yang Chen had a mortal body and did not cultivate any cultivation method. Naturally, he did not have any spiritual awareness and spiritual power. He had tens of thousands of years of cultivation experience and mind cultivation. But now that he was cultivating the 3 Purities Secret Art for the first time, his spiritual awareness had skyrocketed, even catching up to the time when he was about to reach the foundation stage. The effect was so remarkable that it was simply stunning. Even Yang Chen himself did not expect that there would be such a significant effect, and he even began to doubt his own judgment under the surprise. But soon he looked at the blood cloud that had become a lot thinner and accepted this fact. Absorbing the killing intent and transforming it into spiritual awareness, it turned out to be this. Yang Chen's heart was settled. It seemed that as long as he cultivated for a few more days, these overflowing killing intent would be slowly absorbed, and he would never have to worry about these murderous auras in the future. The sky was already bright. Yang Chen walked out of the room and opened the courtyard door, wanting to see how much time had passed. However, at a glance, he found that nothing seemed to have changed, and it was exactly the same as before he left. The scenery on the street has not changed, and even the people have not changed. The neighbors still looked at him very carefully, for fear of provoking him. "What day is it today?" Yang Chen directly grabbed a neighbor and asked. Unexpectedly, when he made a move, the neighbor was so scared that he did not dare to move. His teeth chattered for a long time before he squeezed out 2 words, "Fifth, fifth." As soon as Yang Chen let go, the neighbor seemed to have been granted amnesty. He hurriedly rolled and crawled far away, and did not even dare to look back. The kind of coldness in Yang Chen's body made people shudder at a distance. The 5th day. Yang Chen was stunned. He didn't even have a day. Everything that happened, was it just a dream? All the life essence that he absorbed was illusory? Chapter 18. Impossible. Yang Chen shouted in his heart. Although he had only heard of it in his previous life, If there was no physical body that entered the immortal beheading stage, it was impossible to kill an immortal. Yang Chen could conclude this. When he stepped out of the immortal beheading stage, it was completely a physical body, not just a wisp of thought. Moreover, if he was only a wisp of thought in the immortal beheading stage, it would be impossible for him to be the opponent of the killing intent of the immortal beheading stage. Moreover, Yang Chen had one of the biggest reliance, that was the vision of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Even if the old man had no spiritual power after entering the immortal beheading stage, his eyesight was not so bad that he couldn't distinguish between thoughts and physical bodies. Since he said that his physical aptitude was excellent, it was by no means a lie. Turning around, Yang Chen closed the door of his small courtyard, then walked to the edge of the millstone and took out the multicolored stone. After just a short contact, the multicolored stone shone brilliantly, and the multicolored light was very dazzling. This made Yang Chen really relieved. Everything was not in vain. The killing intent was still very strong. Before killing people today, Yang Chen still had a chance to cultivate for a while and refine some more. Thinking of this, Yang Chen returned directly to the room, continued to sit cross-legged, and began another cultivation of the three purities secret art. At noon, Yang Chen only practiced for an hour in the morning and stopped practicing. The blood cloud became a little lighter, but it was still thicker than old Demon Yi's. Fortunately, this blood cloud could only be seen by those who had cultivated with spiritual power. Ordinary people would only feel fear from the bottom of their hearts and would not notice anything. The common people were afraid of the executioner, which seemed to be commonplace in the world and did not cause too much panic. After killing dozens of people hastily, Yang Chen was only told by the seemingly evasive petty official that he would behead Minister Sun's family of more than 300 people tomorrow. He might be tired, so he should be prepared early. Yang Chen didn't care, he strode back home and hurriedly began to cultivate. This time, it was enough for Yang Chen to cultivate from the afternoon until the morning of the next day. Now, Yang Chen was fighting for time. He had to absorb all of his killing intent before those evil slayers dared to come. The reason why Yang Chen chose such a county town was because he had already planned for it. This place was very far away from the various cultivation sects. Even if an expert used sword kinesis flight, it would take at least 1 or 2 days. This period of time was enough for Yang Chen to conceal his killing intent to the level of a normal person. The three purities secret art was worthy of being the secret art of the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Yang Chen had only practiced it for the 3rd time. It had only been 4 hours, and it was only the first level of the secret art. However, when he practiced it for the 3rd time, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was enough for him to understand the changes in his body. The thick blood cloud outside, as if it had encountered a strong suction force, rushed madly into Yang Chen's body, and then after a series of changes, joined the increasingly powerful spiritual awareness army. Even Yang Chen could clearly feel the coolness of the blood cloud flowing in his body. The stronger the spiritual awareness, the faster the absorption, which had become a virtuous cycle. But Yang Chen was not happy at all, because compared to the thick blood cloud, the absorption speed was still a little slow. Compared with the spiritual awareness that had increased, Yang Chen was more worried about the upcoming cultivators who were going to get rid of the evil slayers. Yang Chen never thought that without a trace of spiritual power, he would have such a spiritual awareness that was not commensurate with his spiritual power. In his experience, the current spiritual awareness was already the same as when he was in the foundation establishment stage in his previous life. To use silver as an analogy, it was that ordinary people suddenly had tens of thousands of silver, enough to squander for a lifetime. Faintly, it seemed that the powerful spiritual awareness wanted to be divided into two, which made Yang Chen feel strange. This kind of sign, according to the records of the three purities secret art, should be a precursor to the division of the spiritual awareness. Since it was the three pure ones, then the spiritual awareness would naturally be divided into 3 parts. However, that was also something that would only happen when one reached at least the Yuanying stage, the Mahayana stage. How come when he just started practicing, there was this situation? What Yang Chen didn't know was that the division of the spiritual awareness was related to the spiritual power. When the spiritual awareness was strong enough to be a realm stronger than his own spiritual power, it would appear. Now Yang Chen's situation was that he had no spiritual power, but his spiritual awareness had been strong enough to reach the early stage of the foundation stage, which just met this condition. However, the initial signs of division of the spiritual awareness showed that the first layer of the secret art had been cultivated to the extreme, and he could already cultivate the second layer of the secret art. The ultimate goal was the three pure ones, which was to be divided into three parts, and now there were signs of division. Yang Chen naturally would not stop and continue. However, after completing this round of operation, Yang Chen naturally replaced the first layer of the three purities secret art with the second layer of the secret art. As soon as he entered the second layer, Yang Chen suddenly felt the momentum like a whale swallowing. The blood cloud around him seemed to have suddenly encountered a super strong storm, and was swept into the body of Yang Chen, and the speed of absorption was at least twice as fast. The feeling of contentment made Yang Chen almost intoxicated. While the spiritual awareness was skyrocketing, the blood cloud was also rapidly weakening. In just a few hours, Yang Chen had absorbed almost 70% of the killing intent. The thick blood cloud had become thin, and it seemed to have weakened to the level of old Demon Yi, leaving only a pink-red curtain. And this thin red mist was also dissipating. While Yang Chen was sitting quietly, in all directions in the distance, there were several people flying on their swords, and the flying target was where Yang Chen was. Huh! The girl in white who was flying suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The bloody and murderous aura had rapidly weakened in just a few hours. Could it be that some unknown change had occurred there? Humph! Looking in that direction, the frost on the face of the girl in white did not weaken at all. No matter who you are, you dare to commit such a killing sin, even if you hide in the sky, I will find you and eliminate the evil. Yang Chen didn't seem to know all this. He, who had just stopped, was racking his brains to think of a person who seemed to have an impression of him. It seemed that that person was saved from the execution ground and then sent to the sect to cultivate. Later, he was also a genius of his generation. That person was surnamed Sunday. It was said that he was born in an official's family, and his grandfather seemed to be the current minister. Coincidentally, the one Yang Chen was going to kill tomorrow was the current minister's family, and similarly, the minister's surname was Sun. Chapter 19. Yang Chen didn't know why Sun Shongshu's whole family was beheaded, but what he knew was that Sun Shongshu's birthplace was here. It may be that he committed a crime in the capital, was banished back to his hometown, and then for some unknown reason, was beheaded. When Yang Chen walked out of his small courtyard, after nearly 20 hours of three purities secret art cultivation, the killing intent outside his body had become so thin that it was almost invisible. The second layer of three purities secret art had more than doubled the speed of absorbing and transforming the killing intent. By the time it was completed, Yang Chen was at most an executioner who had killed a little more people. Although there was still some murderous intent, it was no longer the kind of heaven-defying existence. The first crisis after walking out of the immortal executioner stage finally dissipated quietly. Yang Chen had the upper hand in the race against time, and before those guys who killed the demons appeared, he turned himself into a mortal. Because he only cultivated three purities secret art, absorbing the killing intent to refine his spiritual awareness, but there was no trace of spiritual power in his body. Even if the powerhouse of the Jedan stage came over, it was impossible to find the abnormality of Yang Chen. The moment he approached the execution field, Yang Chen saw the familiar face. In his previous life, Yang Chen looked up at the genius of cultivation more than once. But at this moment, the peerless genius was like a frightened rabbit, curled up in the crowd. His eyes looked at the crowd around him, and his eyes showed a deep despair. Sun Qingxue, Yang Chen's previous life, was a true disciple of Blue Cloud sect, the leader of the younger generation, and the genius disciples of several other major sects. Once she was a role that Yang Chen needed to revere, but now she was so helpless, looking at Yang Chen with unspeakable fear. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Yang Chen walked in front of the young Sun Qingxue. At this moment, Sun Qingxue was at most 10 years old. When the little girl saw Yang Chen walking over, she became even more afraid. Her little head tried to shrink into the arms of her family behind her, but she was tied up and couldn't do much. Even though most of Yang Chen's killing intent had been absorbed, what was left was still enough to strike fear into ordinary people. At this moment, standing in front of Sun Qingxue, not only Sun Qingxue, but even the few adults beside her were scared out of their wits by the executioner's aura that Yang Chen exuded. "Don't be afraid, little sister." Standing there, Yang Chen did not get too close. He simply smiled at Sun Qingxue and said, "Don't worry, your whole family will be fine." On the execution ground, a bare-chested executioner with a red headscarf on his head and a huge machete in one hand was exuding an extremely strict killing intent. At this moment, he actually spoke to a few prisoners in such a friendly manner. This was even more shocking than a beggar suddenly taking out his family's wealth. Almost all of the Sun family members who were tied up were surprised. "Really, big brother, big brother." The little girl, Sun Qingxue's face showed a look of surprise. "Will it really be okay?" The other adults of the Sun family could not help but close their eyes. They seemed to already know their fate. At this moment, the prisoners had already been taken to the execution ground. Only a ghost would believe that the executioner had come to tell them that they would be fine. Only the ignorant Sun Qingxue would take Yang Chen's words seriously. "It's true. I'm not lying to you." As Yang Chen spoke, he took the initiative to release his killing intent. He believed that there must have been people who had come to kill demons and defend justice. Although 99% of Yang Chen's killing intent had been absorbed, the remaining portion was released by Yang Chen. Coupled with the continuous strengthening of his spiritual sense, everyone around the execution ground shivered. Even the executioner was a little afraid as he looked at the figure standing in the middle of the execution ground like a god of death. He wondered if he should throw away his life token and leave this damn place before it was time. Almost at the same time that Yang Chen released his killing intent, everyone heard an ear-piercing shriek. At the same time, there was a stern shout. "Demon, don't you dare harm people." Then, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky and quickly appeared above the execution ground. A few beams of light shot straight at Yang Chen like arrows. However, the moment they were about to touch Yang Chen, all the beams of light either disappeared on the spot or turned around and flew back. Several spiritual senses quickly enveloped Yang Chen. After scanning his whole body once, they dissipated. "An executioner?" A strange voice sounded. Then, there seemed to be several huge majestic auras in the sky, enveloping everyone around the execution ground. All the mortals below looked up at the sky in horror. "Oh my God, immortals!" Someone finally shouted. There weren't many people to begin with, but now, a large number of them knelt down. The few people who appeared in the sky were all suspended in the air. Apart from the legendary immortals, who else could do this? Yang Chen stood in the same place and didn't move. He looked like he was scared silly. He suppressed his thoughts and didn't release his spiritual sense. However, his face was always facing Sun Qingxue, and he gave her another smile. His eyes seemed to be saying to her, "See, I was right, right?" "Fairy Sha." Another white light suddenly appeared. All the people in the sky seemed to be very polite to the newcomer. The person who just spoke even bowed slightly. When the white light stopped, everyone on the ground was like a fool. Looking at the cold and stunning woman in the sky, they were stunned. Hearing this name, Yang Chen's eyes immediately raised. Fairy Sha was also a young person who was famous in the world when Yang Chen was cultivating in his previous life. She was the pro-disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island and was almost the first person in the younger generation at that time. Unexpectedly, she actually appeared in this place. Yang Chen looked at the frosty figure and looked at the white sword light under her feet that was as white as the white clothes on her body. He couldn't help but sigh slightly in his heart. Shashanshan was still exactly the same as in his memory, but that was a memory from 10,000 years ago. At the same time of sighing, he also guarded his spiritual sense, for fear of exposing a little clue. He would be directly regarded as a murderous big devil. Shashanshan just nodded slightly at the person who just spoke, and didn't say anything more. She just looked at Yang Chen, who was looking up at her on the ground. Fairy Sha has never been a talkative person. The people who cultivated knew that, but no one cared about her attitude. Heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. You have killed so much, are you not afraid of heaven's punishment? No one expected that the cold Fairy Sha would speak to a mortal, but also to an executioner who was despised by the world. Chapter 20. Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. This is my duty, and I am only following orders. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Chen, but Yang Chen calmly said these words. At the same time, he stared fixedly at Shashanshan in the air, without the slightest intention of backing down. Stubborn, this person's murderous sin is extremely heavy, and he is definitely related to the devil we are investigating. Yang Chen's words to Shashanshan immediately angered a young cultivator in the air. Shashanshan was the idol of countless people. She condescended to persuade Yang Chen, but in exchange, Yang Chen refused to repent. Immediately, a flower protector jumped out and said, "Fairy Shi, let us capture him and carefully interrogate him. Nowadays, there are many cruel people in the world who kill people every day. Among the executioners in the world, which one is not like him?" Fairy Shi didn't say another word to Yang Chen. She just casually said a few words to the flower protector, but her eyes were tightly fixed on Yang Chen's eyes. It seemed that the owner of this pair of eyes dared to say those words to her so confidently, which was very surprising to her. Yang Chen's words came from his heart, and Shashanshan could feel this. He didn't even answer whether or not he was afraid of heaven's will. But the reason was also very clear. The profession of an executioner was to kill people. You can't say that a conscientious executioner is wrong. Even if it was an immortal, you can say that killing people is wrong, but you can't say that an executioner who is under orders to kill people is wrong. In this world, there is no absolute right, and there is no absolute wrong. In the world of mortals, one must clearly distinguish right from wrong, and one cannot generalize. Understanding this point, Shashanshan suddenly felt a burst of emptiness in her heart. In the past, her somewhat stiff cultivation method suddenly broke through all the shackles, and quickly circulated in her meridians. In a flash, the spiritual power circulated in her body, and there were no more shackles that could restrict it. Even if Shashanshan was a heavenly genius, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Now that he had completed his foundation establishment, he could finally consider breaking through to the Golden Core realm. The changes in Shashanshan's spiritual power couldn't escape other people's divine senses. Although they didn't know what happened, one thing was certain. It was definitely because Shashanshan's state of mind had greatly improved, and her cultivation had also increased. Several cultivators who came to slay demons and defend justice all cupped their hands towards Shashanshan. "Congratulations, Fairy." "Thank you, everyone." Shashanshan cupped her hands in greeting and then nodded slightly at Yang Chen. She looked at Yang Chen with a complicated expression. Suddenly, she raised her hand and a white light appeared in front of Yang Chen. Yang Chen stretched out his hand and a small pill appeared in his hand. At the same time, what entered Yang Chen's ears was a seemingly cold thank you. Yang Chen didn't say anything, and Shashanshan didn't say anything more. Her gaze also left Yang Chen and fell on the body of Sun Qingxue, who was beside Yang Chen. "Little sister, your bones are clear, and your fate is deep. Are you willing to cultivate with me?" Shashanshan once again spoke to a mortal. However, the content and the person she spoke to made everyone's heart lighten. It was a little girl, and she was taking her to cultivate. It seemed that Fairy Shi cherished her talent. Sun Qingxue naturally didn't expect such a huge pie to fall from the sky. She, who was 10 years old, didn't even know how to answer this fairy-like big sister's question. On the other hand, the adults beside her had faces full of surprise, and one after another, they agreed. "Willing, my family's Qingxue is willing. Little sister, are you willing?" Shashanshan didn't pay attention to the Sun family's words. She only looked at Sun Qingxue, waiting for her answer. At this time, Sun Qingxue didn't have the outstanding performance that Yang Chen remembered. She only looked at Fairy Shi in the sky with fear, and then looked at the family beside her. Finally, her gaze fell on Yang Chen. It seemed that this big brother, who gave her a few smiles on the execution field, gave her courage, made her feel more at ease than her own family. "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Yang Chen didn't directly give Sun Qingxue an answer, and only said this with a smile. While the others were puzzled, Sun Qingxue understood Yang Chen's meaning. Yang Chen had just said that nothing would happen to her, and nothing would happen to her family. Now, Yang Chen was still saying this. Sun Qingshue's gaze still fell on the beautiful fairy in the sky. With Yang Chen's affirmation, she seemed to have gained some confidence. Ignoring the fact that she was still tied up, she shouted at the sky, "If I follow you, fairy sister, will my family be fine?" This question made everyone in the sky burst into laughter. Fairy Sha also smiled, but it was like a beautiful flower had bloomed in the sky, immediately captivating the minds of the surrounding people. Although the famous Fairy Sha was called by her surname, it also meant that she was a stone. She didn't smile all year round, but in front of a little girl, everyone was lucky enough to see her smile. Shanshan's smile gave Sun Qingxue infinite courage. She bravely struggled to stand up and said to Shanshan in the sky, "As long as my family is fine, I can follow you." If a few cultivators wanted to ensure the safety of a family, even if it was on the execution ground, it was a simple matter. The executioner didn't even have the courage to order to stop them. He watched helplessly as the Sun family was untied one by one, and then followed Shanshan and quickly disappeared from the execution ground. Only when the entire Sun family was nowhere to be seen did the executioner stand up, trembling with fear. After confirming that there were no immortals in the sky, he mustered up the courage to shout at the top of his lungs, "The prisoner's family was robbed by a powerhouse from Tiger Head Mountain. A bounty has been placed on their heads." Everyone saw the people in the sky and heard them calling Fairy Sha, but no one dared to say anything. Everyone acquiesced in the statement that the strong men of Tiger Head Mountain robbed the execution ground. Yang Chen smiled in his heart. On the way home, all the way, his mind was filled with the scene of the little girl Sun Qingxue finally thanking him and looking back at him reluctantly. "Big brother, thank you. Big brother, I will come to you when I miss you in the future." If people in his previous life knew that Sun Qingxue of the Blue Cloud sect would say such a thing to him, it was estimated that 10,000 people out of 10,000 would not believe it. But in this life, it has become a fact. The only thing that puzzled Yang Chen was that he remembered that it should be the people of the Blue Cloud sect who came forward to rescue Sun Qingxue. How come this time it was Fairy Sha of the Green Jade Immortal Island? Could it be that Sun Qingxue was a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island and was no longer a true disciple of the Blue Cloud sect? However, whether Sun Qingxue was a disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island or a disciple of the Blue Cloud sect, for Yang Chen, there was no great significance. He had fulfilled his duty as an executioner, and it was time for him to leave. What Yang Chen cared about most now was what kind of cultivation method he should practice, so that he could have the upper hand on the road of cultivation. Chapter 21. It was time to leave, but Yang Chen did not have the slightest reluctance to leave. After handing over the responsibility to the old executioner, Yang Chen left the county empty-handed without hesitation. Naturally, all of his belongings were in the merit ring. It was a pleasant surprise to meet Sun Qingxue and Shanshan, and the first meeting with the two women was relatively full of kindness. Yang Chen would not deliberately pursue anything, but it would be impolite to refuse this kind of unintentional good karma. Soon, Yang Chen disappeared from the eyes of the people in the county. After a few months, no one remembered that there was once an executioner like Yang Chen here. At this time, Yang Chen was drooling in the face of a lot of cultivation methods. After coming out of the immortal beheading platform, Yang Chen's acquired spirit root had become full of the 5 elements, and it was full of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Yang Chen had to choose a few entry-level cultivation methods for himself to cultivate. According to Yang Chen's original plan, as long as his fire spirit root was full, he would naturally follow the path of cultivation in his previous life and walk step by step. After all, in his previous life, Yang Chen had also cultivated to the level of Almighty Immortal. With the qualification of the fire spirit root, he could definitely save at least half of the time compared to his previous life. But now, not only Yang Chen's fire spirit root was full, but all the spirit roots plus the yin and yang attribute were full, which made Yang Chen start to think of other ideas. In his previous life, there were quintuplets, each of the 5 elements occupied one and specialized in one. The 5 brothers' minds were interlinked, and they joined forces to form the 5 elements formation. Under the mutual enhancement and restraint, whether it was attack or defense, they were extremely fierce. There was little difference in cultivation, But the enemy was several times stronger than them, and they were not necessarily opponents. That was when the 5 brothers joined forces. Now, Yang Chen had the yin and yang 5 elements spirit root, and he could cultivate all the 5 elements cultivation methods. Moreover, it was controlled by one person, which was more advantageous than 5 people working together. Furthermore, he possessed the 5 elements of yin and yang. It would be a waste to only cultivate the fire attribute. Not only that, Yang Chen also remembered the words of the Grand Supreme Elder in the Immortal Slaying platform. He cultivated the great yin and yang 5 elements and did not need the 8 trigrams furnace to be more powerful than the Grand Supreme Elder. Yang Chen wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he wasted such talent. No matter what, Yang Chen was not willing to give up on such an opportunity. Therefore, cultivating the yin and yang 5 elements was Yang Chen's future cultivation direction. However, what Yang Chen was worried about now was the cultivation method. Among the immortals killed by the Heavenly Court, Yang Chen obtained many cultivation techniques. First wood true secret art, second wood true secret art, third fire true secret art, 7th metal true secret art, 5th earth true secret art, 10th water true secret art. These 6 true secrets were all cultivation methods that directly mobilized the most basic essence of the yin and yang 5 elements. With their respective attributes of essence, it was simply the best yin and yang 5 elements cultivation method in the world. If the 3rd fire true secret art, 8th metal true secret art, 6th earth true secret art and 9th water true secret art could be combined, it would be a set of yin and yang 5 elements true secret art. However, there was a condition for this yin and yang 5 elements true secret art. That was, all the yin and yang 5 elements true secret art must be refined. Otherwise, it could not be cultivated at all. It was a pity that although Yang Chen knew most of the yin and yang 5 elements true secret art, there was no place that was easy to enter. Even if he wanted to cultivate these true secrets, it was impossible now. Whether it was the other cultivation methods or the formations, almost all of them were advanced. With Yang Chen's current cultivation base, it was impossible to cultivate at all. The cultivation methods left by the immortals who did not want to be lost were by no means what Yang Chen, who had just started cultivating and had not yet entered the qi refining stage, could covet. Yang Chen could only use some low-level 5 elements cultivation methods to lay the foundation, to replace the yin and yang 5 elements secret art. When he could get the yin and yang 5 elements true secret art, he would start to cultivate the real yin and yang 5 elements secret art. The cultivation method of the second layer of the 3 purities secret art has absorbed the murderous aura around Yang Chen's body and transformed it into spiritual awareness. However, these murderous aura and killing intent did not disappear completely. As long as Yang Chen was willing, his spiritual awareness could quickly transform into that kind of killing intent. When necessary, it could be used to deter the enemy. It was still a very sharp weapon. Now Yang Chen's spiritual awareness had reached the level of the late stage of the foundation stage. Although the sharp increase in spiritual awareness was only good for cultivation, now there was no killing intent outside the body, the 3 purities secret art could no longer be so rapid. It could only rely on the skill of small streams to improve a little bit. At this moment, it was still necessary to have the power to protect oneself first. Otherwise, the spiritual awareness was strong, but there was no spiritual power. After all, it was just a hollow carrot. Yang Chen naturally would not make such a mistake. In his previous life, the most familiar cultivation method was naturally the Chunyang Palace's Great Sun Scorching Sun cultivation method. This was the compulsory cultivation method of the Chunyang Palace's fire cultivator, and it was also the foundation-laying cultivation method that Yang Chen was most familiar with in his previous life. Yang Chen's first cultivation was this set of cultivation method. When he first started to cultivate the Great Sun Scorching Sun cultivation method in his previous life, it took almost a whole month before he finally felt a trace of spiritual power. But now, Yang Chen just started to cultivate, and his whole body began to produce spiritual power crazily. With hundreds of thousands of times of cultivation in his previous life, the Great Sun Scorching Sun cultivation method had almost become the instinctive cultivation method of Yang Chen, and there was no deviation in understanding or mistakes in cultivation. Coupled with a powerful spiritual awareness that was far higher than his own spiritual power, As soon as he started, Yang Chen felt the most basic spiritual power. Then, the powerful spiritual awareness controlled this little bit of spiritual power and began to flow along the familiar meridians, warming, moisturizing, and opening up the meridians. With this, Yang Chen discovered that the benefits he had gained from the immortal beheading immortal stage were far more than just a little bit of full spiritual root. His whole body's flesh and blood had been greatly improved under the nourishment of the huge life essence of the immortals. The strength of the body and the capacity of the meridians had reached a point that Yang Chen felt incredible. In his memory, when he first cultivated, the difficulty of breaking through the key aperture points was almost not felt. He didn't know if he didn't cultivate, but when he cultivated, he found that his body was even stronger than when he built the foundation. There were almost no impurities in his body, as if his body had been strengthened by spiritual power on the immortal beheading immortal stage, but it was even more effective. One must know that this was the life essence of the immortals, including the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and Taishang Laojun. His wide and flexible meridians, in addition to the attributes of his body that were completely compatible with spiritual power, made Yang Chen unable to believe that this was the result of his first cultivation. After completing one cycle, Yang Chen even felt the spiritual power flowing through the meridians in his body. As soon as he opened his eyes, Yang Chen found that it seemed that his ears and eyes had become much smarter than before. In the past, he could only clearly see a distance of a few feet, but now, it seemed that the clarity of his field of vision had more than doubled. Even the movements of the insects and ants under his feet, it seemed that his ears could hear a trace of movement. Slowly getting up from under the scorching sun, Yang Chen felt the overflowing spiritual power in his body and couldn't help but laugh. Then, with a stretch of his finger, a ball of flame appeared on Yang Chen's fingertip, swaying back and forth with Yang Chen's movements, changing its shape as he pleased. Blowing out the ball of flame on his finger, Yang Chen felt indescribably carefree in his heart. The first cycle of cultivation had already stepped into the realm of the first level of Qi training in his previous life. Chapter 22. For ordinary people to enter the Qi refinement realm, they must first be able to feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, then guide the spiritual energy into the body, and be able to successfully complete one circulation to store the spiritual energy into the dantian. Only then would they be considered to have truly stepped into the Qi refinement realm. However, to be able to do this step was considered to have entered the first level of Qi refinement realm. To complete a complete circulation on the first try, even the most talented genius would not be able to do it. Normally, even if one's spiritual root was full and one's comprehension was exceptional, it would still take at least a few months from the start to the completion of this step. During this period, there were a few key acupuncture points that required arduous accumulation of spiritual energy and perseverance to break through. The path of cultivation was not smooth sailing. From the beginning of cultivation to the first level of Qi refinement realm, there was less than 1 in 10. There was no one like Yang Chen who had 10,000 years of cultivation experience. However, after Yang Chen practiced it for a day, he stopped cultivating. The key to cultivating the 5 elements of yin and yang was to balance the 5 elements. Although it was not absolutely the same, it had to be similar. Otherwise, there would be an imbalance. Of course, the best situation was for the 5 elements of yin and yang to be balanced. If not, the 5 elements of yin and yang would be balanced first and then complemented in the future. The Great Sun Blazing Sun cultivation technique belonged to the yang fire attribute. What Yang Chen needed to do now was to find a suitable foundational cultivation technique and cultivate all the other 9 attributes. Only then would he be able to reach the stage where the 5 elements in his body naturally coexisted. Yang Chen had a lot of fire attribute cultivation techniques from low to high level, but Yang Chen did not have many cultivation techniques of other attributes. However, the only thing that made Yang Chen happy was that he had a few low-level foundational cultivation techniques of various attributes, especially a foundational water attribute cultivation technique, Surging Waves Water Blade technique. Although the Blue Waves Water Saber secret art was an offensive cultivation method, it was also very general. However, for Yang Chen, it didn't matter whether it was offensive or not. What he wanted was that the Blue Waves Water Saber secret art could cultivate the water attribute spirit power, and then he could meet the conditions to enter the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden. In addition to the 7 steps enchantment killing array at the entrance of the Xiangyang Mountain Herb Garden, the other requirement was that the person who entered must have water attribute spiritual power. The herb garden was left behind by an immortal on the Immortal Executioner's platform. Later on, it was discovered and entered, although Yang Chen didn't know what kind of rare spirit herbs were inside. However, the sect that obtained the medicinal garden had been selling a large number of medicinal pills for a very long time. Moreover, the number of medicinal pills that the sect's disciples possessed was enough to make others envious. Presumably, the harvest was not small. There was still some time before his original master, Chunyang Palace, accepted disciples. During this time, Yang Chen could just go and accept the medicinal garden. With Yang Chen's experience in alchemy in his previous life, there would be no problem with medicinal pills in the future, at least before the nascent soul stage. Although it was the first time for Yang Chen to come into contact with the water attribute cultivation method, such a basic foundation-laying cultivation method, in front of a person with the experience of a great principal golden immortal, was still a simple thing. The only difference from the great sun-scorching sun cultivation technique was that the surging waves water saber technique took a little more time for Yang Chen. 3 days later, the surging waves water saber technique also successfully completed a cycle and entered the first realm. Although the 5 elements were complete, since Yang Chen wanted to cultivate the great yin-yang 5 elements secret art, then it naturally had to correspond to yin and yang. Fortunately, he had all 5 foundational techniques of the yang 5 elements, but he was missing 2 of the 5 yin 5 elements. He could only cultivate the yang 5 elements first, and have a little more power to protect himself. As for the yin 5 elements, he could wait until the cultivation technique was collected and then cultivate. The remaining 3 attributes of cultivation techniques took Yang Chen about 10 days before all of them entered the same realm. In the following days, Yang Chen tried to control the 5 cultivation techniques to run at the same time, and also when they were mutually supporting each other, he wasted a lot of time. At this time, the powerful spiritual awareness played a decisive role. The 5 cultivation techniques were running at the same time. At first it was not used to, and it was extremely difficult to be distracted in 5 places. Several times in a row, he failed because of the inability to coordinate. After Yang Chen wholeheartedly cultivated the 3 purities secret art several times, he calmed down and relied on his powerful spiritual awareness. Finally, after a few more experiments, he barely managed to run the 5 cultivation techniques at the same time. After the first successful experience, the next thing was logical. After another 5 days, Yang Chen could already familiarize himself with the state of the 5 elements moving at the same time. Strictly speaking, the 5 spiritual powers combined were not inferior to the spiritual power of ordinary people in the second layer of the refining tool. However, after all, it was a separate 5 spiritual powers. If he wanted to step into the second layer realm, the difficulty of Yang Chen was indeed 5 times that of others. Even if there was the convenience of the 5 elements, 3 times the effort would always be consumed. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual root was now full, and he was almost completely compatible with all attributes of spiritual power. Excellent aptitude plus outstanding physical conditions, coupled with super experience, could accelerate the speed of cultivation. In the end, Yang Chen came to the conclusion that the speed of cultivation in this life, if there was no external help, was probably still twice as slow as in the previous life. However, although the speed of cultivation would be reduced, Yang Chen was definitely much more powerful than ordinary people in the same realm. However, the 5 elements were gathered in one body, which had already allowed Yang Chen to have an additional 5 elements great array. Whether it was offense or defense, he was already in an invincible position from the beginning. While rushing, Yang Chen cultivated. The spiritual power in the early stage of the refining tool was too little. Not to mention that he couldn't control the flying sword. Even if he put a flying sword in place, Yang Chen couldn't control it. In this period, under normal circumstances, everyone generally used talisman paper. If it was a weapon, it was naturally the most basic. It might be a little better than the mortals, but it was far from reaching the level of a tool. The most convenient thing to use for traveling was the Azure Cloud Talisman. The Azure Cloud Talisman could reduce his own weight, so it could naturally speed up a little, and it was not very tiring. Since he had already started cultivating, Yang Chen naturally had to use the way of cultivation to solve the problems he faced. Drawing talismans, for Yang Chen, was a piece of cake. Yang Chen didn't know how long he hadn't used the tool to draw talismans, but Yang Chen was well prepared. He had prepared a set of all the materials. When his spiritual power was slightly successful, he naturally began to draw these simple talismans. When the first talisman appeared in the hands of Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. If this situation fell into the eyes of those who cultivated to immortality, they would definitely stare with their eyes wide open in amazement. Even the simplest talisman could not be successfully drawn on the first time. The current Yang Chen had an advantage. No matter what kind of talisman he drew, he could use the spiritual power of that attribute, and it was very convenient and free. After drawing more than a dozen azure cloud talismans, Yang Chen also drew dozens of offensive fireball talismans, wood thunder talismans, 15-ton talismans, and so on to prevent accidents. When he put these talismans back into the merit ring, Yang Chen's heart suddenly moved. Taishang Laojuan's heaven and earth treasure-raising secret art could make the quality higher when refining tools, then would it have the same effect when used on talisman paper? Chapter 23. When he thought of the universe treasure-raising secret art, Yang Chen suddenly thought of a funny thing. It seems that the higher the level of things, the more things passed down by the immortals of the heavenly court, the simpler the name. What first would true secret art, second would true secret art, heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, universe treasure raising secret art. As for the cultivation techniques of many sects in the mortal world, they were as powerful as they could be. Things like the Great Solar Heavenly Fire Emperor technique, the Okra Yin Water Mysterious Origin technique, the 5 Chi Flame Lightbone Refining technique, the Infinite Radiance Flameheart technique, they were all named as long as they could be and as intimidating as they could be. Compared with those mortal sects that often have long names and can't wait to give their cultivation methods an earth-shattering name, the immortals seem to pay more attention to the substantive content. A few simple words said the characteristics of the cultivation method. It was estimated that if it wasn't for the sake of distinguishing the origin, Taishang Laojuan could directly name the universe treasure-raising secret art as the treasure-raising secret art. The 3 purities secret art seemed to be what he did, and the Old Lord Pill technique named by Yang Chen didn't even have a name. However, this was just something that Yang Chen thought of by chance, it was just a trivial matter. What Yang Chen wanted to know now was whether the universe treasure-raising secret art had any effect on the drawn talisman. Strictly speaking, now Yang Chen had a lot of cultivation methods in his mind, almost all of them were high-level cultivation methods. Only those learned from the Taishang Laojuan, whether it was the 3 purities secret art, or the universe treasure-raising secret art, or even the Old Lord Pill technique, could be cultivated from the beginning of the qi refining and could be used until the realm of the Taishang Laojuan. The effect would increase with the improvement of the realm of the cultivator. In the end, this was the real thing that money couldn't buy. But even so, the cultivation method of the Old Lord was not easily understood by a person in the qi refining stage. Originally, the Taishang Laojuan estimated that Yang Chen would be able to understand the mystery after the Yuanying stage, but he did not expect that Yang Chen had the cultivation experience of the great principal golden immortal. It was very easy for Yang Chen to carefully study the heaven and earth treasure nurturing art. He began to figure out the mysteries within it. It took him at least 2 days before he raised his head with a smile. The Grand Supreme Elder's treasure nurturing art was broad and profound, and he finally understood some basic content. As for the rest, he would have to figure it out in practice. This introductory content was actually the crux of cultivation and the circulation of cultivation techniques. However, this alone was not enough. There were no less than hundreds of techniques in the universe treasure cultivation technique. Through different arrangements and combinations, it could also adapt to a variety of different materials. At that time, the Grand Supreme Elder only recited the incantation, but if he wanted to completely understand what kind of materials were most compatible with what techniques, there was no other way other than Yang Chen's continuous practical experiments. Since he was only at the first level of Qi disciple, he had all 5 elements. Moreover, it was a talisman drawn by Yang Chen himself, so it wasn't particularly troublesome to experiment. Moreover, this kind of low-level thing, Yang Chen's cultivation experience was there. Some things, even if he did not experiment, he could know the effect. A red light emitted from his hand and gently covered the fireball talisman. The fireball talisman only lit up slightly, and then it returned to its original state. It looked no different from an ordinary fireball talisman. Only Yang Chen could feel that the fireball talisman seemed to have undergone a small change when he held it in his hand. The seemingly improved fireball talisman suddenly burned, and a huge fireball flew out, directly blasting a stone not far away into pieces. At the same time, Yang Chen's other hand also flew out a fireball, but it was much smaller than the previous one. Although it also blasted a stone into pieces, it was obvious that the power of the two fireballs was different. With Yang Chen's experience, he could tell at a glance that the talisman that had been nurtured by the heaven and earth treasure nurturing art had increased its power by at least 20%. This was also due to the fact that Yang Chen's current cultivation was only at the first level of Qi disciple. If his cultivation increased in the future, the power would increase even more. Of course, it was only limited to talisman techniques. As an experienced person, Yang Chen knew better than anyone else what the power of this low-level talisman meant. While he was feeling proud, he could not help but praise the effect of the heaven and earth treasure nurturing art. However, after praising it, he remembered that this was the cultivation method of the Taishang Laorujun, so it was natural for it to have such a good effect. Thinking of this, he was not so surprised soon. With this successful experiment, Yang Chen did not care about anything else. He first used the treasure nurturing art to nurture all the talismans he had prepared. In a short period of time, it was impossible for him to have any major improvement. Only then did he start to identify the direction and run towards the medicine garden of Mount Xiangyang, which was thousands of miles away. Xiangyang Mountain had always been a place with verdant hills and limpid waters. However, for some unknown reason, the spiritual qi here did not match the scenery. Therefore, there were not many cultivators here. Even though the scenery was beautiful, it was deep in the mountains and old forests. There were no mortals around at all. This also led to the growth of wild beasts. Ferocious wild beasts could often be seen. At the same time, this was also one of the reasons why Yang Chen had to prepare so many talismans. With the foundation of Qi Disciple Level 1, Yang Chen did not need to be afraid of these wild beasts. At the same time, it made his movements more agile, which was enough to deal with the complicated terrain here. The lack of spiritual qi was not because of the barren mountains and unruly rivers. It was because of the medicine garden that all the spiritual qi in the surrounding hundreds of miles was concentrated and absorbed. This was something Yang Chen was very clear about. In a dense forest, Yang Chen found an empty space and sat down to meditate in silence for a while. After recovering his spiritual qi and physical strength, he began to look around, looking for the location of the medicine garden. Since he could not fly up to observe, he could only rely on a bird's-eye view. It took a lot of effort for Yang Chen to roughly determine the location of the medicine garden based on the direction of the mountains and rivers. This was the effect of the basic formation knowledge from his previous life. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find it. The reason why the sect in his previous life was able to find the medicine garden was because an injured exceptional gold core master accidentally escaped here and found the location by accident. Ordinary people would not pay attention to this place at all. After resting for a while and recovering his physical strength and spiritual qi, Yang Chen stood up and suddenly turned his head in a direction and said, "You have followed me for so long, it's time to show yourself, right?" Following Yang Chen's words, a figure slowly emerged from the top of a tree not far away. There seemed to be some surprise on his face, but more of the surprise and embarrassment of being discovered, as well as anger. "You actually found me?" Chapter 24. As early as Yang Chen finished refining a pile of talismans, he found that he seemed to be tracked by someone. The behavior of the other party was very blatant. His divine sense swept over, as if he did not put Yang Chen in his eyes at all. The divine sense was also not very strong. According to Yang Chen's judgment, it was at most a guy in the third layer of qi refining. Yang Chen did not know why this guy was following him, but he did not care. Anyway, As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke him, Yang Chen did not want to cause trouble. In addition, Yang Chen was also a little afraid of Shashanshan. She gave him a pill, but it was accompanied by divine sense. Yang Chen did not want her to know his secret, so he had been enduring. Naturally, this guy also followed him all the way to Xiangyang Mountain. When they were about to enter Xiangyang Mountain, Yang Chen found that Shashanshan's divine sense, which was wrapped in the pill, had dissipated. Presumably, the distance had exceeded the range of Shashanshan's perception. It was not that Shashanshan could monitor Yang Chen from thousands of miles away at any time, but the moment the divine sense was destroyed, it would alert the owner of the divine sense and thus know Yang Chen's position. What appeared in front of Yang Chen was a young man, dressed in very luxurious clothes. He was in his 20s, and his eyes were constantly flashing, as if he was thinking about something. After being exposed by Yang Chen, he was surprised and asked a question. He became angry out of shame and coldly snorted, "Little executioner," deliberately mystifying. "I don't care how you found me, give me the thing that Fairy Sha gave you, and I will spare your life." The thing that Shashanshan gave to Yang Chen in the execution ground as a thank you gift was a physique refining pill. This physique refining pill was useless for people who had already begun to cultivate. It could only improve an ordinary person's spiritual root a little, but it could greatly induce the appearance of ordinary people's spiritual roots. At that time, Fairy Sha probably wanted to thank Yang Chen, so she gave him a physique refining pill so that he could have the opportunity to cultivate. However, other people didn't know what it was. They only knew that whatever Fairy Sha gave, it must be something good. The people in the execution ground would not attack a mortal, but they could not stop them from telling the news to their juniors. As a result, some people began to covet the things in Yang Chen's hands. However, Yang Chen soon disappeared, and many people began to search within a radius of several hundred miles. The one who appeared was one of the lucky ones who accidentally met Yang Chen and felt the divine sense on the pill. "Are you talking about this? Here you go." Yang Chen casually threw out the body refining pill that was completely useless to him. He already had a full postnatal spiritual root, so this body tempering pill was simply trash to him. Moreover, as long as he was willing, he could get as many of these pills as he wanted after he had the herb garden. Body refining pills? Obviously, this young man was a knowledgeable guy. He stretched out his hand and the body refining pill quickly flew into his hand. After a little observation, he could see what kind of thing it was. Looking at this medicinal pill that at least needed to be refined after reaching the foundation establishment, the young man was secretly happy. Although it was no longer meaningful to him, he could use it to exchange for some other things, or to give a lot of favors. This trip with Yang Chen was really not a waste. With the vision of Yang Chen as a great principal golden immortal, how could he take a fancy to this medicinal pill that was useless to him? As long as this guy did not hinder his work, Yang Chen did not mind him taking some benefits from his own hands and leaving. Immortals had the mind of an immortal. However, things did not go as planned. Yang Chen thought that the young man would leave after getting the medicinal pill, and he could collect the herb garden as much as he wanted. However, he did not expect that the young man's eyes turned and he had a vicious idea in his heart. "You are an executioner, killing countless people. What are you doing here? I think there is something shameful, right?" The young man put away the body refining pill and looked at Yang Chen fiercely. Many people knew that this medicinal pill was given to Yang Chen by Fairy Sha. If Yang Chen casually shouted in the future and accidentally involved himself, it would be very bad. Although the young man was sure that Yang Chen could not recognize his identity, it was better to be safe than sorry. Only a dead man could keep a secret forever. "It is my duty to kill demons and to enforce justice on behalf of heaven," the young man shouted in front of Yang Chen in a righteous manner. "You want to do evil things here, everyone has the right to punish you, give me your life." He pointed with both of his hands and was about to use his finger sword to take Yang Chen's life. However, he was only halfway through his gesture when his eyes suddenly blurred. A cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and he immediately felt a chill on his neck. He immediately fell into darkness. Yang Chen, who was opposite him, did not know when a ghost-head broadsword had appeared in his hand. He chopped down with unusual proficiency, and the young man's head flew more than 3 feet high. Blood spurted out, and the body collapsed. Even though the young man was already at the 3rd layer of qi refining, when facing Yang Chen, he still treated Yang Chen as an ordinary person. He did not think about how Yang Chen could discover his existence. He did not use any method of defense, and was directly beheaded by Yang Chen's condensed knife. Noisy. With a flick of his wrist, the ghost head broadsword instantly disappeared. Before the body fell to the ground, Yang Chen casually pinched the small heaven and earth bag on the young man's belt, and with a light pull, the heaven and earth bag was in his hand. If you want to kill me to silence me, then kill me to silence me. Why do you need so many excuses? What came out of his mouth was a lecture, and Yang Chen did not care about anything else. You say one thing but mean another, and your actions are inconsistent. You don't need to wait for the 3 disasters to come, and you will die without a burial place. There is no difference whether you die earlier or later. Go in peace. Lightly pinching the heaven and earth bag, Yang Chen casually threw it into the merit ring. A mere 3rd layer refining tool guy was even greedy for the body refining pill. What good things could he have that could make Yang Chen look at them? It was unknown how long the medicine garden left behind by the unknown mountain god had existed, but it could not be less than 1,000 years. One had to know that even the lowest level mountain god had ascended to the spiritual realm before ascending to the immortal realm. The time spent in this process could only be more than 1,000 years. Quickly walking to the location that he had scouted, Yang Chen spread out his divine sense. After sweeping around frantically, a smile appeared on his face, and he strode toward a thick tree. Seeing that he was about to hit the tree, Yang Chen still walked forward without stopping. Just as his foot touched the tree trunk, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Above Yang Chen's head, a huge dome suddenly appeared, as if he was already in the middle of a large hall. On the dome, 49 flying swords were distributed into a regular pattern, as if 49 fierce enemies were waiting to devour people, quietly watching Yang Chen's movements. Chapter 25. 49 flying swords in 7x7 formed the terrifying 7 steps killing array of Yang Chen's previous life. This was left behind by the mountain god of the heavenly court before he ascended, but for some reason it was not passed down. Not to mention that Yang Chen's current qi refining 1st layer cultivation base, even if he was in the early yuanying stage, if he took a wrong step, he would also be destroyed by these 49 flying swords. In his previous life, the sect that discovered and captured the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden paid the price of several yuanying stage cultivators. What Yang Chen was facing now was such a terrifying killing array. However, with a way to enter the array, for Yang Chen, there was no danger at all. In this huge hall, apart from Yang Chen alone, there was no one else. It was empty and there was nothing. Only the floor under his feet was composed of regular square tiles, smooth as a mirror, but there was a warm feeling when stepping on it. The spiritual power here has become normal, and is no longer as thin as outside. Yang Chen was in the middle of the hall, and it seemed that when he touched the camouflaged tree, he was teleported here. The stone slab under his feet should be the starting point to enter the 7 steps killing array. There were 49 steps in total, and each step had a fixed position. Taking a wrong step would result in death. Even if Yang Chen had a well-thought-out plan, and even more experience in cultivation, but when he stepped on the edge of death, he could not help but feel very anxious. After carefully taking a few steps, Yang Chen's heart finally sank, and he regained his calmness. Step by step, he stepped into the center of the sword array. Finally, on the 7th by the 49th step, Yang Chen's foot stepped on a white stone, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. Crash! Yang Chen's foot had just landed on the ground, and before he could see where he was, his foot seemed to have stepped on something, and it fell apart with a crash. Under the great surprise, Yang Chen had already opened up his spiritual consciousness and immediately found out what kind of place he was in. He was in a huge palace with a familiar dome above it. However, the palace was no longer empty. Instead, it was filled with piles of corpses of various wild beasts. The huge palace was densely packed with skeletons of all kinds of beasts. Some of them even maintained their original appearance without rotting, while others had turned into a pile of bones. All the wild beasts had one thing in common. They all had a clear sword mark on their skulls, and this sword mark was the cause of their deaths. Very soon, Yang Chen understood that this was where the corpses of the intruders were dumped after the sword formation killed them. However, for a long time, no one had come here. Only a bunch of strong and weak demonic beasts had come here by chance, or they had rushed in after discovering the abnormality of the camouflaged tree. Unfortunately, in the face of a sword formation that could even kill a master of the Yuanying stage, no matter how powerful the demonic beasts were, they could not escape. At a glance, Yang Chen immediately discovered that even after death, the corpses did not rot. It was obvious that they were demonic beasts that had surpassed the foundation establishment stage. There was a giant snake that was at least 10 feet long, and there were 2 wings on its back. At first glance, one could tell that it was a flying snake. Although the flying snake was dead, except for a wound between its eyes that was pierced by a sword, its snakeskin was intact. The 2 long and narrow wings were also there, but the flesh had dried up. Inside the snakeskin, there was a complete set of snake bones. It was just that he didn't know where the Niden had gone, but he couldn't see it anyway. There was a huge golden rock with a wingspan of almost 10 feet, and there was also a scar on its head. The golden feathers on its body were still standing, maintaining its appearance when it was alive. The flesh was also dried up, leaving only the bones, and the Niden had also disappeared. There was a huge tiger, maintaining the posture of roaring at the sky. The tiger skin was intact, the tiger bones were also intact, and there was no Niden. There were actually more than a dozen skeletons of this level. This made Yang Chen extremely surprised. He originally thought that it was just a simple medicine garden, but he did not expect such a surprise. There were a few skeletons among them. Yang Chen could tell at a glance that they had even surpassed the Jedan stage. The remaining few were also in the foundation establishment stage. The bones of these demonic beasts were all powerful refining materials, and the remaining flesh and feathers were good things that could only be encountered by luck. The only thing that made Yang Chen feel regretful was that the Niden of these powerful demonic beasts had disappeared. It may have been absorbed by the array of this medicine garden and turned into pure spiritual power, becoming nutrients for the medicinal herbs. Hurriedly put all the skeletons into the merit ring, Yang Chen was relieved. The remaining skeletons were ordinary beasts, one step on them would cause them to rot, they were definitely not good things. These things, Yang Chen naturally disdained. After his spiritual awareness swept around, he did not find anything worth collecting. Yang Chen began to carefully observe. Since this was the gateway to the medicine garden, then there must be a passage. Soon, Yang Chen found a piece of white stone under the main hall that was exactly the same as the one he stepped on in the sword array. After looking around and finding nothing unusual, he once again stepped on the white stone slab. Sure, the scenery in front of him changed again, and it seemed to be in a small room. In the room, Yang Chen first saw a transparent bottle, which looked very delicate, placed on a white stone platform. At the bottom of the bottle, he could clearly see a shallow layer of blue water stains, which seemed to be about to dry up. Seeing this, Yang Chen finally determined that he had entered the core of the medicine garden. The bottle in front of him was the control center of the entire medicine garden. At the same time, it was also the source of spiritual power for the growth of all the medicinal herbs in the medicine garden. This bottle was refined by the immortal. It absorbed the spiritual power from the radius of 100 miles. After it was concentrated here, according to the rules set by the original owner, it provided the spiritual power needed for the growth of the medicinal herbs in the medicine garden. Collecting this bottle meant that the medicine garden of Xiangyang Mountain would become Yang Chen's. In his previous life, the sect was said to have used 4 masters of the Yuanying stage to collect this bottle. However, Yang Chen did not have to go through so much trouble. Before the mountain god died, he told Yang Chen the method to collect the medicine garden. With this method, Yang Chen collected the medicine garden almost effortlessly. Of course, the most critical part of the method to collect the medicine garden was the water spiritual power. Although Yang Chen's current cultivation base was only at the first layer of the qi refining stage, it was more than enough to use the method to collect the bottle. When Yang Chen used the method to hit the bottle gave off a soft light, and then fell into the hands of Yang Chen. Holding the bottle, Yang Chen's mind moved, and his body immediately appeared in a huge medicine garden. With just a glance, he immediately froze in place. Chapter 26. No matter who it was, when they saw the main ingredient for refining the building foundation dan, in the city square, each of the profound young fruits worth at least hundreds of jin of low-grade spirit stones, like cabbages planted all over the field of vision, they would be like Yang Chen, shocked and dumbfounded, unable to speak a word. The reason why the building foundation dan was precious was because the profound young fruit production was scarce. It was hard to get even with money. A brilliant alchemist, with a profound young fruit, could at most refine 2 building foundation dans, which also led to the high price of the building foundation dan. However, in front of Yang Chen, at a glance, there were at least dozens of acres, all planted with profound young fruit. Furthermore, he didn't know what method the mountain god used, but the mysterious young fruits, which were hard to grow and hard to survive, were all flourishing with leaves. At the top of each tree, there was a bright red mysterious young fruit, like a small red lantern. So many profound young fruits, I am afraid there were tens of thousands of them. Yang Chen simply could not imagine, with these profound young fruits, how many building foundation dans could be refined. If so many building foundation dans all appeared in the city square, how many building foundation experts could be created? With a stretch of his hand, Yang Chen picked a profound young fruit on the side of his hand, put it in front of his eyes and carefully looked at it. This profound young fruit, compared to the one Yang Chen had seen before, was at least 3 times bigger. The ordinary one was only the size of a strawberry, but in Yang Chen's hand, it was the size of an apple. Holding it in his hand, he could even feel the heavy pressure. These profound young fruits were almost certain. All of them were more than 1,000 years old. In this way, the medicinal effect could almost be stronger by 10 times or even 100 times. But, was this really the profound young fruit? Looking at this bright red and tender profound young fruit, Yang Chen seemed to have a big appetite. Without thinking, Yang Chen put the fruit in his hand into his mouth, and took a big bite. A familiar sour taste directly filled his mouth, making Yang Chen's facial features sour into a ball. This was the taste of the profound young fruit skin. It was not bad at all. The taste of the building foundation dan was so unpalatable because of this reason. However, Yang Chen still needed to confirm. After spitting out the skin, he took another bite, biting the entire skin, revealing a strawberry-sized red core. Gently touching the core of the fruit with the tip of his tongue, the sweet taste immediately made Yang Chen feel refreshed. Yes, this was the taste. After confirming it, Yang Chen bit the core of the fruit, chewed it a few times and swallowed it into his abdomen. In his previous life, how could Yang Chen be willing to spit out such a thick skin? Although it didn't taste good, it was still an important ingredient for alchemy. Although the core was the most important part, the sour skin contained at least 20% of the medicinal effects and 30% of the spiritual power. Regardless of which alchemist, when refining the building foundation dan, would not be willing to separate the skin. Even if it was sour, it was necessary to make the best use of it. But now, in the face of at least tens of thousands of profound young fruit, Yang Chen could finally taste the pure taste of the profound young fruit. The sweet juice, coupled with the tender texture, was really a rare delicacy. After eating it, there was actually a feeling of wanting more. However, Yang Chen also knew that this profound young fruit was not so easy to eat. After satisfying his appetite, Yang Chen began to refine the powerful medicinal power contained in the core. The 5 elements cultivation method began to circulate at the same time, divided into 5 directions, madly absorbing the spiritual power of the profound young fruit. The profound young fruit, which had been growing for thousands of years in the medicinal garden, was simply like a fiery golden dan, continuously releasing medicinal power. The 5 kinds of cultivation method opened. 5 vigorous spiritual power quickly entered Yang Chen's meridians, following the 5 cultivation method routes, began to circulate. Under the stimulation of the 5 elements, this spiritual power began to slowly grow. After a while, Yang Chen felt the full feeling of spiritual power filling his meridians. The huge spiritual power began to flow along Yang Chen's meridians, madly rushing to his limbs and bones. In the end, the meridians of Yang Chen's whole body were filled with 5 vigorous spiritual power. But the profound young fruit's medicinal power had not yet completely dissolved. and was still constantly releasing spiritual power. The building foundation Dan was used after the Qi refining large success to attack the foundation building foundation. The spiritual power contained in it was enough to support a Qi refining large success expert to attack the foundation building foundation several times. Right now, Yang Chen was only at the Qi refining first layer, but soon his spiritual power had risen to the limit of the Qi refining first layer. If it was in his previous life, Yang Chen would definitely use this powerful spiritual power to attack the Qi refining second layer. But now, Yang Chen only cultivated the 5 Yang 5 elements cultivation method. He had not yet begun to cultivate the Yin 5 elements cultivation method. He did not want his yin and yang to be out of balance. In a hurry, Yang Chen began to reverse the 5 elements. He knew that the Yang 5 elements cultivation method slowly began to consume more and more spiritual power. The 5 elements restriction, a very shallow truth, the 5 different attributes of spiritual power, all met their own nemesis. The turbulent spiritual power began to be like a millstone in the reverse Yang 5 elements cultivation method, slowly consumed. Even so, the medicinal power of the profound Yang fruit made Yang Chen spend a full half of the day, slowly consumed. What surprised Yang Chen was, after the reverse 5 elements cultivation method, the spiritual power was crazily consumed, but in the later stages, there was only one of the 5 elements of spiritual power, and no matter what, it could not be eliminated. Yang Chen paid special attention to the remaining small 5 elements of spiritual power, and was immediately surprised to find that this 5 pure 5 elements of spiritual power, after the tempering of the spiritual power, seemed to become more condensed and pure. The quality of this spiritual power was more than 5 times the previous spiritual power. The great Yin-Yang 5 elements secret art, the cultivation of the 5 elements, increases spiritual power. The reverse cultivation method consumes spiritual power, purifies and refines. No matter what cultivation, there will be great benefits. This is what Yang Chen just discovered. And Yang Chen also discovered one thing: the reverse 5 elements cultivation method can even conceal one's own cultivation. This is another benefit that made Yang Chen overjoyed. In this way, his plan to sneak into the sect has a bit more confidence. The medicinal power of the profound Yang fruit core was exhausted, and Yang Chen also stopped. In the body meridians, there was still a little fullness. The whole body was hot, but it was as if he had just been in a comfortable sauna. The mouth was still full of fragrance. The unique taste of the profound Yang fruit core was still in Yang Chen's mind. This one went down the stomach, the cultivation, and the body was indescribably comfortable. With a light breath, there was even a fragrance directly from the mouth into the stomach, making people can't help but linger in this rare delicious taste, like the kind of wine to slightly drunk. It seems that this fruit is most delicious when eaten without the skin. Yang Chen looked at the endless profound Yang fruit, and couldn't help but let out a sigh that made countless people want to beat him up. Chapter 27. After walking through this Shenyang fruit medicine field, Yang Chen saw another scene after a few steps. This time, it was no longer a large number of medicinal materials, but a few medicinal materials scattered on a mountain. In this medicine field, there were different topography and even different weather conditions according to the requirements of different medicinal materials. In short, it was the most suitable for the growth of these medicinal materials. Although these few medicinal materials were few, Yang Chen saw at least 3 ginseng plants with 6th-grade leaves at a glance. Although it was only exposed on the ground and only the 6th-grade leaves could be seen, the roots below could not be seen, but Yang Chen could almost conclude with his 10,000 years of experience that the ginseng below was at least 2,000 years old. That was to say, when these 3 ginseng were transplanted into the medicine field, they were already 1,000 years old ginseng. After thousands of years of nourishment in the medicine field, it was estimated that these 3 ginseng were about to become spirits. If one wanted to enter the ranks of the Jedan stage masters in the foundation stage, if one had a good fortune pill refined with 1,000-year-old ginseng, the chances would increase by at least 30%. And these 3 ginseng were enough for Yang Chen to refine 3 nature pills. At that time, whether it was his master or his senior brothers who wanted to break through, they could use it to increase their chances. In this area, there were still 4 knotweed and 7 pieces of Ganoderma lucidum that were larger than a millstone. Not to mention anything else, just these ginseng, knotweed and Ganoderma lucidum were already priceless. As soon as he saw these 4 knotweed that were more than 2,000 years old, Yang Chen remembered the formula of the appearance pill that he got from Chang'e. One of the main ingredients was the 1,000-year-old knotweed. The better the age, the better the effect of the medicine. Presumably, as long as Yang Chen took out the appearance pill, it would definitely make those women in the cultivation world crazy. Not to mention Ganoderma lucidum. Although Ganoderma lucidum was very common, Ganoderma lucidum that was more than 2,000 years old was a rare treasure. In the case of serious injury, as long as a Ganoderma lucidum pill, it could treat any internal and external injuries below the Yuanying stage, and it could almost be described as bringing the dead back to life. In the other direction, there were large patches of Poria cocos, everlasting grass, 7 spirit fat, Panax noto ginseng, Gastrodia elata, and Angelica sinensis. The scale of each patch was no less than that of the mysterious yang fruit. Although it was just an ordinary medicinal ingredient, it was at least 1,000 years old. No matter what kind of medicinal pill was refined, the medicinal effect would be increased by at least several times. Yang Chen could think of any ordinary plant or medicinal material, but he could find almost all of them here. After 1,000 years of nourishment from spiritual power, even the most ordinary plantago seed had become an extraordinary good item. In the face of such a huge accumulation, Yang Chen could only be dumbfounded. It was no wonder that the sect that had obtained the herb garden in his previous life had suddenly become so powerful. With so many aged medicinal ingredients, how many high-grade pills could they refine? How many experts could they nurture? Even if Yang Chen didn't have to do anything, he could become a millionaire just by selling these herbs. Unfortunately, with Yang Chen's level of qi, even if he wanted to concoct dance, it was impossible. His spiritual power was simply unable to sustain the consumption of spiritual power required to concoct dance. At the very least, he would be able to concoct the simplest dance when he was at the 5th level of qi refining. In the face of a garden full of medicinal ingredients, the only thing Yang Chen could do was to eat a mysterious yang fruit that tasted pretty good raw and use his yin and yang 5 elements technique to increase and condense his spiritual power. Yang Chen was now in complete admiration of his decision to take control of the herb garden first. With so many precious resources, if they were to be discovered by others, Yang Chen would probably have the heart to die. Fortunately, the purifying bottle that controlled the herb garden was now in the hands of Yang Chen, so there was no need to worry. With a thought, Yang Chen disappeared from the herb garden and the purifying bottle appeared in his hand once again. Just as he was about to put it away, his heart suddenly moved. He once again used the technique to store the herb garden and grabbed towards the sky. The huge palace suddenly began to shrink and quickly turned into a small lid that was just enough to cover the mouth of the purifying bottle. As for the shape of the lid, it was a dome. The 49 flying sword that formed a sword formation were constantly swimming above the lid like 49 nimble little fish. A sword formation that could kill a nascent soul stage expert made Yang Chen drool with desire. Unfortunately, his cultivation was too low. Not to mention a sword formation, even if he was given a flying sword, Yang Chen wouldn't be able to use it. He could only look at it with greedy eyes. Fortunately, these things had already been collected by Yang Chen. Although he could only look at them and couldn't use them, it still made Yang Chen very happy. The purifying bottle and the lid formed a world of their own, including the herb garden and the protective sword formation. Henceforth, the herb garden of Mount Xiangyang had an owner. After putting away the purifying bottle and the lid, Yang Chen's figure immediately appeared on Mount Xiangyang. The originally camouflaged tree had already disappeared and Yang Chen was standing in the same place, holding the purifying bottle in his hand. It seemed that he was still immersed in the large-scale herb garden and was unable to extricate himself. Even now, Yang Chen still couldn't believe that such a huge amount of wealth and resources had fallen into his hands. If he had these things in his previous life, he wouldn't have offended a villain over a single cinnabar fruit and caused a series of disasters. Thinking of this, Yang Chen's mind flashed back to his master's beautiful eyes as she looked at him before her death. Then, the scene of his master handing the bright ray sword to him appeared again, causing Yang Chen to feel boundless warmth. Lowering his head to look at the purifying bottle and the lid in his hand, Yang Chen felt the genuine sensation from the purifying bottle. He finally confirmed that he had indeed obtained the most tempting wealth in this world. Casually putting the purifying bottle and the lid into his virtuous ring, Yang Chen's heart finally settled down. In the mortal world, it was impossible for anyone to steal Yang Chen's things from his virtuous ring. Even if an expert could open someone else's Chenkuan bag, it would be impossible for them to open the token of the heavenly court. These treasures had completely changed their surname to Yang. Thinking of something in his heart, Yang Chen's mind moved, and a large pile of animal bones suddenly appeared on the ground, densely covering almost the entire mountain forest. These ordinary bones were no longer useful to Yang Chen, so Yang Chen directly threw them together with the bones of that greedy guy on Mount Xiangyang. As for when someone would discover them, Yang Chen didn't care. Calculating the time, it was already close to the day when the Chunyang Palace of his previous life would accept a disciple. If he set off from here and calculated the distance and time, Yang Chen would even have time to visit his parents once, and then go to the Chunyang Palace to become a disciple. Having made his decision in an instant, Yang Chen began his journey. This would be a completely new path of cultivation, completely different from his previous life. The only thing in common was that Yang Chen would still become a disciple of his master. Master, wait for me, I'm coming. Chapter 28. The Yang family's manor was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was a scene of jubilation. From the Yang family's master to the villagers and tenants in the manor, they all looked happy. The young master of the Yang family, who had been away from home for more than half a year, rushed back to visit his parents 2 days ago. The Yang family's master and madam were so happy that they almost jumped up. In addition to being happy, the villagers and tenants all had small rewards, and everyone was jubilant. Of course, Yang Chen would not tell his parents what he was going to do, but he still left his parents at least 50 talismans of various kinds. These talismans were all nurtured by Yang Chen with the universe treasure cultivation secret art. As long as it was torn, it could be used to attack, and it was used to protect his parents. Of course, Yang Chen would not forget to tell them that in the next 1 or 2 years, the world would be in chaos. In this mountainous area, he had laid dozens of psychedelic talismans in more than a dozen directions. As long as outsiders entered this area, they would be dizzy, hallucinated, and unknowingly leave the direction of the manor. At least during this time of chaos, no one would be able to disturb the peaceful life here. Although Yang Chen's psychedelic talismans were low-level, after being nurtured by the universe treasure cultivation secret art, their effectiveness was greatly increased. The spiritual power dissipated very lightly. Even if a Jindan realm master passed by above, he would only see a barren forest here, and would not find the prosperous manor, unless he plunged in. However, thinking about it, why would such an expert attack a bunch of ordinary mortals? The Yang family's manor would naturally be safe and sound. In order to nurse his parents' bodies, Yang Chen tried his best. At this time, he could not refine medicinal pills, but the body-refining pill given to him by Fairy Sha came in handy. As the name suggested, in addition to stimulating the spiritual root, the body-refining pill could also temper the body. For mortals, this was a rare good thing. Yang Chen divided the body-refining pill into 2 and gave it to the 2 elders. It was no longer possible for them to stimulate the spiritual root by taking the body-refining pill at this time, but it made the bodies of Yang Chen's parents more robust after being nourished by the medicinal power. The leaves of the profound yang fruit were carefully selected by Yang Chen. After stir-frying them with the method of stir-frying tea, they were given to his parents as daily tea drinks. The leaves of the mysterious yang fruit contained a small amount of spiritual power, which was suitable for mortals to slowly absorb. If they drank this tea often, the 2 elders would definitely not get sick and live longer. After settling his parents down once more, Yang Chen left his home once more. 2 months later, Yang Chen's people had already appeared in Maiqing Mountain, where the mountain gate of Chunyang Palace was located. As soon as he stepped into the foot of Maiqing Mountain, the familiar scenery entered Yang Chen's eyes one by one. Those happy memories from his previous life also appeared in Yang Chen's mind from time to time along with these familiar scenery. There were still a few days before Chunyang Palace opened its gate to recruit disciples, but the town at the foot of the mountain was already full of people who came to try their luck. Originally, there were only a few hundred people in the town, but suddenly more than 2,000 young people and their families came in. Almost all the places that could be lived in the town were crowded. There was such a situation every year, and the people in the town were not surprised. They even regarded this as a way to earn some extra money. Every family had rooms for rent. As for safety, no one cared. Chunyang Palace was about to recruit disciples. Who dared to risk the anger of the immortals of Chunyang Palace and commit crimes here? During the days of rushing and waiting, Yang Chen did not practice other skills except for the three purities secret art. The spiritual power in his body had been suppressed to the minimum by his 5 elements reverse secret art, and it was also extremely pure. In this way, the ordinary outer disciples who recruited outer disciples would not find the spiritual power in Yang Chen, and Yang Chen would not have the reputation of bringing skills to the sect. In the expectation of everyone, the mountain gate at the foot of Maiqing Mountain was finally opened. A row of dozens of disciples in uniform appeared one after another, surrounding a small square area inside the mountain gate. The simple entrance test was held in this area. After a while, 6 young people, 3 men and 3 women, walked out of the mountain gate and lined up on both sides. They began to let the waiting young people enter that area one by one to test their spiritual roots to decide whether to be accepted as outer disciples. Yang Chen was in the middle, waiting for the people in front of him to enter the mountain gate one by one. Compared with the expectant expressions on the faces of the young people around him, Yang Chen seemed to be much calmer, without any particular anxiety or hope. One by one, the young people made progress and tested their spiritual roots. If they were suitable, they would report their names and be temporarily accepted as outer disciples of Chunyang Palace. Those without spiritual roots would come out from the other side. There were dozens of outer disciples greeting them. The team of more than 2,000 people was orderly and not chaotic at all. Finally, it was Yang Chen's turn. Yang Chen took a deep breath and suddenly felt a little nervous. Then he immediately shook his head. He had even experienced the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. It was shameful to be nervous in the face of a small spiritual root test. Suppressing his nervousness, Yang Chen calmly entered that area. Under the arrangement of the inner disciple, he pressed his hands on the formation for testing spiritual roots. After a few breaths, the formation began to show a fiery red color, and at the same time, a number appeared. The disciple in charge of the formation glanced at it and read loudly, "Fire Spiritual Root, 71. As soon as the voice came out, several people immediately began to talk. A fire spiritual root of 71, good qualifications. There's another one. What's your name?" Among the whispers, a senior brother who was familiar with Yang Chen in his previous life looked at him and asked loudly, "I'm Yang Chen." Yang Chen hurriedly said. Finally, with his rich experience, he suppressed the word senior brother that he blurted out. "Yang Chen?" The familiar senior brother said Yang Chen's name, and suddenly his face became a little strange. He bowed his head and took out a jade talisman from his body. After checking it with his divine sense, he suddenly asked in surprise, "You are an executioner?" Yang Chen was stunned. When did he become so famous that even the junior disciples of Chunyang Palace knew that he was an executioner? Although he was surprised, Yang Chen still nodded, yes. For Yang Chen, this was not a shameful identity. Yang Chen did not think of denying it at all. "A few months ago, you killed thousands of people?" The senior brother asked again. This question immediately caused a burst of exclamation from the other disciples. Yes. Since the other party already knew that he was an executioner, he must also know what he had done when he was an executioner. Yang Chen still nodded and admitted it. However, there was already a bigger doubt in his heart. Who was targeting him? Could it be the master of the guy who was killed in Xiangyang Mountain? "You are an executioner who has killed countless people, and you dare to talk nonsense about cultivation? Are you not afraid of heaven's punishment?" Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the side, and the tone was unusually rude. Chapter 29. Will an executioner be punished by heaven for killing people? Yang Chen looked at the guy who seemed to be exasperated and replied faintly. Yang Chen recognized this guy. His name was Sun Haijing, a disciple of the Bright Moon Palace of Chunyang Palace. In his previous life, the Bright Moon Palace and the Fierce Sun Palace, where Yang Chen was, had always been fighting in the dark, and Yang Chen's master was the master of the Fierce Sun Palace. Yang Chen had a fire spiritual root. If he joined the Chunyang Palace, he would definitely join the Fierce Sun Palace. It was natural for Sun Haijing to jump out and criticize him. But Yang Chen felt strange. When did he become so famous that even the Chunyang Palace, which was only a third-rate sect in the cultivation world, knew his name and identity? Killing is killing. Does it matter who I am? Sun Haijing looked at Yang Chen's innocent face and snorted coldly. What's more, you have killed so many people. The Chunyang Palace will not accept a devil like you. I remember that in the Chunyang Palace, there is a sect rule. You are not allowed to kill your fellow disciples. Otherwise, you will be severely punished immediately. Yang Chen faced Sun Haijing and smiled faintly, but it seems that the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are always doing things that harm the disciples of the same sect. According to the rules of the sect, should they be punished heavily? Ridiculous. Sun Haijing was furious. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall are under the order of the sect leader to punish the disciples who have made mistakes. How can it be counted as killing your fellow disciples? You are an executioner. Just as he said this, Sun Haijing suddenly realized the paradox in his words. The word executioner was getting lower and lower, and gradually, his voice was inaudible. I am an executioner. Naturally, I am guilty of the most heinous crimes. I find someone to chop off his head on the street when I have nothing to do. It is unforgivable, isn't it? Yang Chen smiled and continued Sun Haijing's words. Then he asked with a smile, do you know what the government is for? Also, what is the use of the execution ground? The executioner was the person chosen by the imperial court to carry out the death penalty. No matter how weak the country was, the executioner was still the representative of the government. As a matter of fact, the Law Enforcement Hall of Chunyang Palace did not necessarily have such a justifiable executioner. If Sun Haijing wanted to make things difficult for Yang Chen on this, he would simply be asking for trouble. But you've killed too many people. In the end, it's against the harmony of the world. Sun Haijing couldn't win against Yang Chen in this aspect. The truth was right there, and there was no use in quibbling. He could only find another way to pursue the matter by killing too many people. There are too many disciples who have made mistakes. The disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall have worked hard to fulfill their duties. Could it be that they have harmed too many of their fellow disciples and harmed the harmony of the world? Yang Chen still used the words disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall to reply. No matter how powerful Sun Haijing was, no matter how much backing he had, he wouldn't dare to say no to the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall, let alone deny their methods and slander their duties. However, Yang Chen insisted that his duties as an executioner were the same as those of the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall. Whether a disciple has made a mistake or not, it's all up to the head and the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall to decide. It's not. Sun Haijing just said a few words, and immediately found his own mistake. He hurriedly stopped, lest he said more mistakes. Whether the prisoner should be beheaded or not, naturally, it is also decided by the government. Could it be that Dao brother thinks that I, a small executioner, should be in charge? Yang Chen looked at Sun Haijing with an exaggerated expression, as if laughing at his ignorance. At this time, Sun Haijing shifted the topic to the head and the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, which made him even more embarrassed. Before he continued, Yang Chen had already said loudly, as long as you have killed people, you don't deserve to talk about the cultivation of immortality. I don't know if the fellow Taoists present have killed people, but I know that the head of the Chunyang Palace has also killed people. Do you think that the head of the Law Enforcement Hall is also not worthy? This was an even bigger accusation. Sun Haijing did not dare to comment on the merits and demerits of the head. If you are disrespectful to the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Chunyang Palace will never want a disciple like you. Sun Haijing finally found a reason to cling on to, and hurriedly announced loudly. Before the others had time to speak, Sun Haijing had already put his words here, and it seemed to be the kind of words that had no room for accommodation. A disciple next to him, who was also responsible for testing the spiritual root, was a little dissatisfied. He frowned and reminded, Junior brother Sun, It's not your decision to accept him or not, right? Moreover, I didn't hear him saying anything disrespectful to the head of the law enforcement hall. Sun Haijing did not dare to be rude to his senior brother for the time being. He could only turn to his senior brother and explain with a smile, "Senior brother, I'm just afraid that he will fall into the devil's path and tarnish the reputation of the Chunyang Palace." Falling into the devil's path, as long as one is a cultivator, anyone can do it. Does junior brother Sun still want to expel all of us from the sect? The senior brother who spoke was very dissatisfied with Sun Haijing's attitude. So many senior brothers were sitting here and didn't say anything, but Sun Haijing was chattering non-stop. Moreover, he was overstepping his authority to make decisions. It was clear that he didn't put everyone in his eyes. His tone immediately became sharp. "This, senior brother, didn't he kill a lot?" Sun Haijing was stunned, and explained with an awkward smile, "I'm also afraid that something will go wrong. Junior brother Sun, since you are also a cultivator, why do you care so much about a mortal?" The senior brother sneered, looked at Sun Haijing, and suddenly asked, "Little mortal, how did you know his identity as an executioner? Don't tell us that your divine sense is stronger than that of several senior brothers present, and you can actually find something that they have not found." Sun Haijing was stunned again. It seemed that if he could not explain it clearly this time, he would completely offend so many senior brothers and junior brothers. He could only lower his voice and say with a smile, "This is a message from Marshal Uncle Li of the Taishanmen. He said that we'd better not accept this executioner. It turns out that in the eyes of Taoist brother Sun, whether Chunyang Palace accepts disciples or not is decided by Marshal Uncle Li of the Taishanmen." The disciple who questioned Sun Haijing was hesitating, and Yang Chen had already said loudly with a smile, "May I be so bold to ask, is this Taoist brother Li the supreme leader of Chunyang Palace? Or is he a famous elder in the cultivation world? Just one word from him can be obeyed by everyone in Chunyang Palace as an imperial edict." Yang Chen's words directly hit Sun Haijing's weakness. Even in the previous life, when Yang Chen did not have discord with Yang Lan, many people in Chunyang Palace were also very dissatisfied with the arrogance of the Taishanmen. His words directly stirred up the emotions of all the disciples who were dissatisfied with the Taishanmen. "Yang Chen, right?" The disciple who just refuted Sun Haijing directly turned to Yang Chen, "Since you have a fire spiritual root, then Chunyang Palace will accept you as a disciple." Wait. Yang Chen was secretly happy in his heart, and suddenly a shout sounded. Chapter 30. When the voice rang out, everyone turned their heads in the direction of the voice. Although Yang Chen found the voice familiar, it had been too long ago for him to remember who it was. However, whoever dared to stop him from joining Chunyang Palace and becoming a disciple of his master at this time was Yang Chen's enemy. Yang Chen did not care even if it was the emperor. The voice could be heard before the person arrived. Everyone seemed to have heard the voice beside their ears. It was loud and clear, but no one felt it was ear-piercing. Except for Yang Chen, everyone else felt that the person who spoke was a close acquaintance of theirs, which made them feel good. Soon, the person appeared gracefully. No one knew where he came from. He seemed to be standing there as soon as he appeared. It was as if he was stepping on an auspicious cloud as he slowly descended to the ground. Almost all the disciples of Chunyang Palace present bowed to him and called him Marshal Uncle. Only Sun Haijing called him Master. Sun Haijing's words made Yang Chen recall the identity of the person. This guy was Chu Heng, the deacon of Bright Moon Hall. He was now an inner sect disciple who was at the foundation establishment stage. Chu Heng looked at Yang Chen and suddenly asked, "You used to be an executioner who killed indiscriminately?" "That's right." Yang Chen did not need to hide it, so he nodded. Although Sun Haijing's words were wrong, they were also for the sake of the sect. You shouldn't slander him like this. As soon as Chu Heng appeared, his aura had already subdued all the disciples. He was the only one present who spoke. No one dared to make any other sound. Every year, those who were responsible for recruiting new disciples were all outer sect disciples who were at least at the 3rd level of qi refining. Those who wanted to enter the inner sect had to be at the foundation establishment stage. Among all the disciples present, only Chu Heng had the highest seniority, so no one dared to refute his words. Yang Chen wanted to say something, but he held back and waited to see what Chu Heng was going to say next. If he really dared to stop Yang Chen from joining Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen did not care about offending a fellow disciple who was already at odds with fierce Yang Palace. I've killed too many people, and there are many inner demons in my cultivation. But since you have a spiritual root, Chunyang Palace will still accept you as a preparatory disciple. Chu Heng affirmed the decision to let Yang Chen become a disciple of Chunyang Palace as soon as he spoke. Yang Chen was relieved and said nothing more. As long as he joined Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen did not care about other things. It was obvious that Chu Heng was standing up for Sun Haijing. Sun Haijing must have secretly informed his master when he saw that the situation was not good. However, since he allowed Yang Chen to join, Yang Chen could temporarily ignore Sun Haijing's provocation. In order to hone your state of mind, eliminate the inner demons, and ease the hostility of killing people, join Chunyang Palace. Within 10 years, you will be a servant, and you are not allowed to practice any cultivation method. Chu Heng opened his mouth again, but it was another speech. It seemed to be righteous, but in fact, it had delayed Yang Chen's cultivation for 10 years. It could not be said that it was not vicious. The disciples were in an uproar. A servant for 10 years? Wouldn't it be too late? Chu Heng seemed to be fair, but in fact, he was constantly favoring Sun Haijing. However, the outer sect disciples could not argue with Chu Heng, an inner sect disciple. They could only look at him angrily, and the smart ones had begun to secretly inform their masters to come and solve the problem. A servant for 10 years? Yang Chen sneered and was about to refute, but Chu Heng said, "This is for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. You've killed so many people, and there is too much hostility in your cultivation. Once the inner demons make trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. As long as you can concentrate on forbearance, accumulate good karma, and hone your character, you will naturally not have to worry about your future cultivation. Senior, that Taoist brother Sun often does things according to the instructions of other sects. I want to know, how many years did he spend to hone his character and mind?" Yang Chen asked with a sneer. He did not do things according to the instructions of Taishanmen. I have a general understanding of the cause and effect of this matter. Chu Heng did not show the slightest sign of anger in the face of Yang Chen's questioning, as if he did not want to lower himself to Yang Chen's level. However, he knew that Yang Chen's words should be what the other outer sect disciples in charge of recruitment also wanted to ask. It was inevitable that he would have to explain to them. He just said it by giving advice to Yang Chen. The fact that Fairy Shi is willing to give you a physique refining pill is a great fortune for you. As soon as Chu Heng opened his mouth, the disciples at the scene began to exclaim in surprise. Fairy Shi, that was the idol of countless young disciples. This seemingly unremarkable Yang Chen unexpectedly also got the favor of Fairy Shi of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was really enviable. As soon as Chu Heng opened his mouth, Yang Chen immediately understood how he would be known. Presumably, Shishanshan was not interested in paying attention to him. It was estimated that among the guys who appeared that day, there were a few admirers of Shishanshan. Seeing that Yang Chen was favored by Shishanshan, they were naturally unhappy. Since Yang Chen got the body refining pill, if he was lucky, he would have a spiritual root. These young talents did not want a man who might be noticed by Fairy Shi in the future, so it was natural to inform the various sects to pay attention to Yang Chen. This Sun Haijing, it was estimated that he got the instruction from a Taishanmen disciple at that time, so he made things difficult everywhere, but he was speechless by Yang Chen, so he could only use Chu Heng. However, if you think that with the care of Fairy Shi, the road of cultivation will be smooth, then it is a big mistake. Chu Heng looked at Yang Chen and said righteously, "My arrangement is to let you know that cultivation is not easy. Only those who have great perseverance can succeed. If you can't pass this 10 years of training, then don't blame me for being ruthless. My Chunyang Palace Dao and you are not fated, please join another sect." As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. It was obvious that he wanted to train you, and he was an inner sect disciple, so no one could say that he was wrong. After all, Yang Chen himself was indeed an executioner, and it was true that he had killed countless people. Coupled with the reason just now, He was afraid that Yang Chen would be complacent because of Fairy Shi's appreciation, and hone his perseverance. It was estimated that when it came to the sect leader, it would be such an arrangement. Although Yang Chen had a spiritual root, he was not a genius. Who would easily offend an inner sect disciple in the foundation establishment stage for an ordinary outer sect disciple who had not yet started cultivating? Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Just as Yang Chen was in a dilemma, Chu Heng spoke again. In these 10 years, as long as you think you can challenge my good-for-nothing disciple Sun Haijing, you can challenge him. As long as you defeat him, I will exempt you from the rest of your slave time, and you can directly cultivate. What do you think? Chapter 31. Rather than giving Yang Chen a chance to cultivate in advance, it would be better to say that it was giving Sun Haijing a legitimate reason to abuse Yang Chen. One must know that Sun Haijing had already cultivated for several years, and his current realm was already at the 3rd level of Qi training. Although this aptitude was not considered outstanding, it was more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. In these 10 years, Yang Chen could not cultivate, but Sun Haijing was advancing day by day. This gap could only grow bigger and bigger. The longer Yang Chen delayed the challenge, the smaller the chance of winning. And if Yang Chen did not dare to challenge, then Sun Haijing could use the identity of Yang Chen's servant to find someone or himself to humiliate him, until Yang Chen could not stand it and left. 10 years was enough for Sun Haijing to do a lot of things. And these were done under Chu Heng's instructions. Even if he went too far, in one sentence, to hone Yang Chen's temperament, everything could be dodged, and people would not even have a reason to object. If Yang Chen could not stand it and left, then naturally he would have completed the task of the Taishanman Marshal Uncle Li. If Yang Chen was not allowed to cultivate, then naturally he would not be able to cross paths with Fairy Shi in the future. If Yang Chen continued to stay, then after 10 years, his cultivation would be so bad that it was unknown how bad it would be. Moreover, he could even endure that kind of humiliation. His character could be seen to be weak and easy to bully, so naturally there was no need to worry. This arrangement blocked the censure of everyone, and at the same time it could be considered to have completed the task of a friend, killing many birds with one stone. The only one who would lose was Yang Chen. But at this time, who would stand up for Yang Chen? After Chu Heng finished his words, he did not wait for Yang Chen to answer, but directly turned to the other side and suddenly said, "Senior brother Du, what do you think of junior brother's arrangement?" Everyone's gaze followed the direction of Chu Heng's question. A figure suddenly appeared on the other side. The outer sect disciples in charge of recruiting disciples all bowed and saluted. Disciples greet Marshal Uncle Du. Yang Chen recognized this senior brother Du. His surname was Du Qian, and he was a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall of Chunyang Palace. He usually acted righteously, and few people disagreed with him. Logically speaking, as a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, he shouldn't have appeared here today. Now that he had appeared, a disciple must have reported to him what had happened here. Moreover, it must be because he equated the executioner with the disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall that piqued his interest. Du Qian only nodded slightly in response to the greetings from the disciples. Then his eyes fell on Yang Chen. After a slight turn, he turned back to Chu Heng's face and snorted, "My Chunyang Palace has never had such a rule. Is this a trick you came up with? My Chunyang Palace has never had such a rule. However, my Chunyang Palace has never accepted an executioner as a disciple. A mortal has killed thousands of people. Moreover, once he knows that he has Fairy Shi to look after him, he will become arrogant. That is not a blessing for cultivation. A little practice is also for his own good." Chu Heng laughed and did not care about senior brother Du's attitude. "Even in front of Fairy Shi, I will arrange it like this. I am afraid that Fairy Shi herself can't say no. Even if he wants to practice, it should be arranged by his master. I am afraid that it is not appropriate for junior brother Chu to do this." Du Qian frowned, but he could not do anything about Chu Heng. He could only try to find some omissions. "Today, I am responsible for recruiting disciples. He has just joined Chunyang Palace and has not been formally apprenticed to a master. Naturally, I can handle it." Chu Heng smiled and gently blocked Du Qian's doubts. After that, he turned to Yang Chen and asked again, "Yang Chen, are you willing? If I am not willing, What should I do? Yang Chen did not answer directly, but asked a question. If you are not willing, it means that you have a jumpy temperament and are not fated with my Chunyang palace. Please find another place. In fact, Chu Heng had already asked this question once, but he was not tired of it and asked it again. If a disciple challenges senior brother Sun, no matter what the result is, should I first punish him for the crime of harming a fellow disciple? Yang Chen thought for a while and asked again. Chu Heng smiled and did not answer directly. Instead, he turned to Du Qian and said with a smile, Senior brother Du is a member of the Law Enforcement Hall. You should believe his words. Du Qian was a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall, so he was naturally the most qualified to speak in this regard. After a moment of silence, Du Qian was not bashful. Even if he did not like Chu Heng's behavior, he did not speak against his conscience. He replied loudly, since there is a prior agreement, it naturally does not count as harming a fellow disciple. Can I ask for help during the challenge? Yang Chen asked again with a smile. Of course not. The challenge is a matter between two people. Even if I lose, I have to lose fair and square. Chu Heng seemed to be very proud of the trick he came up with. He answered Yang Chen's question patiently. This is how it is to hone one's temperament. Don't think about opportunistic tricks. What if he's injured? Yang Chen's expression became solemn. It seemed that he wanted to ask all the possibilities clearly before taking action. That's a pity. You can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough. You can't blame others. Chu Heng smiled again. He was in a very good mood, and his answer was also very straightforward. But don't worry. It is just a duel between fellow disciples. It may be possible to injure the tendons and break the bones, but it will not be life-threatening. What do you say, senior brother Du? Du Qian was now unable to express further support for Yang Chen. He could only nod on this. When you challenge, let me know, I will be there. At least, I can guarantee your life. Thank you, senior Uncle Du. Yang Chen could naturally distinguish between good and bad. After thanking Du Qian, he turned to Chu Heng and asked again, I will be a slave for 10 years. From now on, for the next 10 years, I can challenge senior brother Sun Haijing at any time. As long as I can defeat senior brother Sun, I can begin to cultivate under his tutelage. Isn't that right, senior Uncle Chu? Yang Chen had already referred to Sun Haijing as senior brother, and Chu Heng and Du Qian as senior uncle. Chu Heng had just said these words to Yang Chen, so Chu Heng naturally acknowledged it. He nodded and said nothing. I challenge senior brother Sunday. This is a one-on-one challenge. No one can interfere, much less help. If I am injured, it is because I am not skilled enough. It is very likely that my tendons and bones will be injured, but it will not be life-threatening. Master Chu, is it like this? Yang Chen once again asked the question that Chu Heng had just answered. This time, Chu Heng nodded again. Then, I agree with senior Uncle Chu's decision. Yang Chen bowed to Chu Heng and Du Qian, then walked up to Sun Haijing. Senior brother Sun, I, Yang Chen, challenge you. Please enlighten me. Chapter 32. No one would have thought that Yang Chen would challenge Sun Haijing at this time. Almost all the people who heard Yang Chen's words widened their eyes and opened their mouths. A mortal challenging a cultivator at the 3rd level of Qi practitioner. If he was not crazy, then he was a fool. Yang Chen looked very normal. He was neither crazy nor stupid. No one expected him to do such a thing. On the other hand, Chu Heng and Du Qian nodded inwardly at Yang Chen's challenge at this time. It seemed that Yang Chen was doing something impossible, but at this time, he had the greatest chance of winning. If this was in the future, and Sun Haijing continued to improve while Yang Chen could not cultivate and could only stay where he was, then the chances of winning would become smaller and smaller. But nodding was one thing. Chu Heng still looked down on Yang Chen's overestimating himself. Seeing Sun Haijing look over, Chu Heng nodded slightly and did not say anything. Since Sun Haijing had received the order, he naturally no longer had any scruples. In any case, it was Yang Chen's challenge. His master had said very clearly that Yang Chen had personally asked. If he did not break Yang Chen's tendons and bones, then it would be a waste of his master's appearance. Stretching his arms and legs in an exaggerated manner, Sun Haijing even deliberately cracked his neck. In any case, at his level, controlling the joints of his body was a simple matter. But this action brought with it a sense of cruelty. At the very least, there were already a few outer sect disciples at the side who slightly turned their heads away, not wanting to watch. Leisurely walking to one side of the open space, Sun Haijing took out a 15-ton seal from his cosmos sack and beckoned at Yang Chen with his other hand, indicating for him to come forward. Against a mortal, Sun Haijing had 200% confidence. With just one 15-ton seal, he would be able to make it difficult for Yang Chen to move, and then he would be at his mercy. In this kind of situation, if he had to use more magic power, then it would be too embarrassing. Sun Haijing could afford to lose face, but Chu Heng probably could not. Yang Chen stepped forward and slowly walked in front of Sun Haijing. He had already thought of how to deal with Sun Haijing. In his previous life, the Bright Moon Hall had always been competing with the Scorching Sun Hall. In the end, it was the people from the Bright Moon Hall who betrayed his master to the Taishanmen, causing his master to commit suicide out of hatred. In this life, it was the people from the Bright Moon Hall who had colluded with the Taishanmen to scheme against him. He would not let Sun Haijing off so easily. "Senior brother, be careful, I'm going to make my move." Before he made his move, Yang Chen even gave a polite greeting. On the opposite side, Sun Haijing laughed out loud and gestured contemptuously. "Junior Marshal Brother Yang Chen, bring it on." He had already changed the way he addressed Yang Chen to Junior Marshal Brother Yang, as if he already had Yang Chen in his grasp. Yang Chen's expression turned solemn, and a chilling aura erupted from Yang Chen's body. The expressions of the surrounding people all changed, and the air seemed to be a little chilly. How many people did he have to kill to accumulate such a murderous aura? Chu Heng did not care about the murderous aura erupting from Yang Chen's body at all. He snorted coldly, as if to remind Du Qian who was next to him what kind of person Yang Chen was. The surrounding people only felt a strong wave of murderous aura and felt a little chilly, but Sun Haijing, who bore the brunt of it, did not feel the same way. In Sun Haijing's eyes, it was as if Yang Chen had suddenly transformed into a sea of blood hell, engulfing Sun Haijing in a whoosh. The monstrous murderous aura seemed to invade Sun Haijing's consciousness, causing him to tremble in fear and collapse. He could not feel anything else. The hand holding the 15-ton talisman involuntarily threw it out, but it did not hit its target at all. Vaguely, Yang Chen leaned slightly to the side and easily dodged it. Afterwards, he rushed forward and fiercely punched Sun Haijing in the face, who was standing there motionless. Bang! The punch, which had been accumulating power for a long time, solidly hit Sun Haijing's nose. Even if Sun Haijing's cultivation was deep, in a situation where he did not use his magic power, his body could not withstand such a punch. Blood immediately flowed from his nose, and everything in front of him turned black. Not waiting for Sun Haijing to react from the pain, Yang Chen's other hand had already grabbed Sun Haijing's hand that was manipulating the 15-ton talisman. With the speed of his body, he pulled it back, and then his shoulder leaned on the position of Sun Haijing's elbow. Holding Sun Haijing's elbow and bending his joints, Yang Chen leaned hard. Crack! A bone-chilling sound rang out, and Sun Haijing's hand fell limply to his side, no longer able to move. Sun Haijing could only let out a blood-curdling scream, and the intense pain almost made him faint. Yang Chen did not give way. His body swayed, and he was already at Sun Haijing's other side. This time, his target was Sun Haijing's other hand. But Yang Chen first hooked his foot, and with a pull from above, Sun Haijing fell to the ground involuntarily. When he fell, Sun Haijing instinctively used his free hand to prop himself up, and immediately caused a burst of pig-like howling. And Yang Chen had already pounced on Sun Haijing's body, pressing down tightly. His knee pressed against Sun Haijing's shoulder, and he pulled Sun Haijing's other hand. With a forceful turn, Sun Haijing's arm was strangely twisted behind his back. To bystanders, it looked like there was an extra crooked bone out of thin air. Both his hands were twisted and broken by Yang Chen, but Sun Haijing was still screaming. Yang Chen did not stop, and ferociously punched Sun Haijing's temples in succession. Bam! 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 The sounds continued without end, and Sun Haijing's voice grew softer and softer. Chu Heng was greatly alarmed. Just as he was about to intervene, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the smiling Du Qian. Junior Chu, this is a one-on-one battle. Bystanders cannot interfere. But my disciple is already injured. Chu Heng could not help but shout in panic. The surrounding disciples were all shocked. If he's injured, it's because he's not skilled enough. Don't blame bystanders. And it's inevitable that his tendons and bones will be broken. Junior Chu, you said it yourself. Du Qian still had a smiling expression on his face, but his hand stopped Chu Heng, making it impossible for him to intervene. As he spoke, he used his divine sense to observe the situation, and said confidently, "Don't worry, Junior Chu. I guarantee your disciple's life will not be in danger." As he spoke, Yang Chen had already stopped. Sun Haijing's face was covered in blood, and he was already unconscious. Of his two arms, one had been bent at the elbow, and the other had been broken at the base of his upper arm. His temples were a mess, and there were even some broken bones. He was still alive, and had not died. Calmly standing up, Yang Chen faced Chu Heng, who was gnashing his teeth in anger. With a slight smile, he saluted and said, "Master Chu, this disciple is untalented. I have already challenged and defeated Senior Sunday. I wonder if Master Chu's previous words still count."